And we are live, I believe. Okay, so in the side chat we have Just Jeff, Tactical Fud, Vanessa Kitty, and good to see you guys and Vanessa. Now you'll notice,
Oops.
and we have Clint Eastwood as usual.
I always forget to turn it off.
Oh, my sound was up too. So anyway, last week Andy put a virtual background on his screen, and I was like, "Wait a minute, don't you need a green screen to do that?" And he's like, "No, it's easy." So I threw this one up. I tried 4 different ones, and then it started gagging, and I'm sticking with this background.
Yeah, it does say that it uses a lot more processing and memory when you do that. Yeah.
Bandwidth or whatever.
Yeah, but you don't need the green screen. It's just you can up a picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just that, and when you move, you see the.
Yeah, you'll see some black.
Oh, okay.
A foof! A foof! Anyway, we got Ocean on here. We got Andy, and this is awesome. And now I don't have to worry about the stupid wall in the background every time. I put a different screen in the back, and I thought you needed a green screen, but without, it's still not bad. You get a little bit of this.
You can take a picture of standing on your rocks outside and to the wildness, and stuff like that. You can do anything you want.
And it's super easy too. So Julio, all you need is a picture on your computer, whatever.
Okay.
And just
I'll try that.
down below, you go to your settings, and one of the options will be virtual background.
Okay.
Just
you
choose
pick the file.
Just choose a picture, and you got a background. If you're tired of your background, I was sick of my background.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go try that. Yeah.
Just
now when I go have a smoke or something, I can keep it running like this. I don't have to go to the little thumbnail guy. Hey, Vanessa.
There you go on settings, and then virtual background. Then you'll see one box with a plus sign. And that's how you add in.
Okay.
The picture on your computer, put it in.
Yeah. Also, Uncle John is here. He just can't show up.
I don't get that.
That thing is still not working, huh?
No, he can reply to my videos now, which he couldn't before. And then I got some emails from him, and it shows his phone number. And I'm like, Uncle John, it's got to be at your end. Your last emails I got from you is a phone number. I thought it was spam, but then I read the the title.
Yeah.
That sounds weird. It sounded like Uncle John. So it's got to be on his end. So
but that's it. If he can get on if he can watch other people's videos and be in the chats, then it's not. I don't see how it's on his end.
It's some kind of glitch.
Something he's actually accidentally has checked off. I don't know.
Yeah, but Andy, I want to thank you for having a background, because I used to do live chats in different places in the house. I'm sick of this wall, and we have like a air fryer next to me, and it's just bad. So Halloween, Christmas, you can put any background you want, So you opened up a can of worms, I'll tell you that, right?
Can of whoop ass.
Yeah. All right, so Andy, the question is, did you shoot?
Well, there's like not a lot of people on right now. I want to wait a little while, get maybe 15 people in here.
Yeah.
I like everybody to hear this one. That's all.
Yeah, they show up a little late. That's true.
I've given them that 15, 20 minutes to some of them pop in. That's all. But it was a great. It's not that I did shoot great, but it's not that it was I had a great shooting day that way. It was everything that happened around me was unbelievable.
Okay, We got Gunswatters here, and Just Jeff said you should post at the shooting bench like the old days. Yeah, but the bench is so messy. Who wants to see that mess?
Mm.
Well, the
Who
next
has
time
to
you
clean the
clean,
bench?
the next time you clean it, you take the picture.
I bet you none of us have a clean bench right now.
No,
On the loading bench?
I'm in the middle of loading 4 different
Yeah,
things.
no,
So,
mine's is a
yeah.
mess for weeks now.
Yeah.
I started and I left it there.
I have a, how do I put it? I have a bench where I have a lot of my supplies and dies, and I have 2 presses on there, one on each end. And I
Mm.
have a short table that I do a lot of brass processing, like priming and stuff. But I also have the Jesus Christ, the Kool-Aid press on that one.
Mm.
The Dillon Square Deal B on that one because
Yeah.
it's small and it's low, and that's strictly for 9mm.
Mhm.
All right. Then I have a work table where I work on, like when I'm doing rifle brass, because I'm doing one round at a time, because I'm using this the All American 8 and stuff.
Mm.
That's always set up there, and I have an APP on the other end of that for doing bullet sizing. Brass sizing. Depriming
Mm.
and casting resizing.
Yeah.
Resizing. And then that's my little work table where when I'm going to do loads, I've got boxes out and things on it for the bullets and my powder. So it becomes a mess.
Mm.
But usually when I finish loading, I clean it up. But I'm loading
Yeah.
4 different powders for 4 different cartridges, each 357, 38, and 9mm. I'm running 2 ladder tests and stuff. So it's like I'm, just doing a bunch of stuff.
Mm.
So Scotsman.
Let's see. Scotsman's here, and James Bullard is here. And Scotsman, we talked earlier that the Dr. Zink had a virtual screen behind him, so I had to try it, and it works. So there you go. You don't have to use the logo anymore. You can just put a virtual back there, and who knows where you are. You could be on the toilet. Nobody cares.
Mm.
But you got to have your mic off if you're on the toilet.
Unless the screen goes bad, and then that's bad. Yeah, if you have a glitch, it could be bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, good to see you guys. There's a link below. I'd like to get James on here someday. Whatever.
And you really don't have to have a camera to get on. You can talk.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a camera, so that's great.
And you can click the link and look at yourself before you put yourself on. So nothing to worry about.
Yeah, and you could turn yourself off also if you don't want to see yourself before you enter the studio.
Yeah, in case you have a background video going and you're sitting on the toilet. Potty videos.
Yes, we got spotty videos. Let's see. Scotsman did a 22 video today.
I have that same target, and I forgot to take it with me Wednesday.
Yeah, I like that because whatever points you get goes to charity. That's awesome.
Mm.
Oh, I wasn't even caring about that. I wanted to shoot it and just make a donation, that type of thing. So
yeah, I got to get a 22 out. My son is throwing so many projects right now. I got to get a 22 out and do one of those. Get the printer working. Hopefully it has ink. That kind of stuff. Yeah.
Scotsman just put up a video a little while ago. He did it with a pellet gun or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, he did it with the pellet gun. And I told him, I replied, I said, I love a cluster. Because the scope wasn't sighted in after it was sighted in.
Yeah.
You turn the camera on, guess what's going to happen?
Everything.
Yeah. Every time you put the YouTube camera on, you're screwed. Everything can go wrong.
It's like this week's shooting on Wednesday from the week before. Now, temperature was a big temperature difference, so I have to feel that affected my powder. But I was 2 weeks ago. I was shooting dimes at 50 yards, and now I can't hit. I was shooting the $half, the group size. It was terrible. I was so pissed off because, I said I just shot the same exact bullets, from the same loading batch, and it's like, what happened? But the rest of the day made up for it. So we'll get there soon. We got 17 on. We hit 20, maybe I'll go.
We have old one guy is here. Love you, old one guy. Good to see you. And thanks for your replies on the other videos. Hobbies Hobos here. This is when they start going up. You're right, Andy. It takes a while.
Yeah. I went down one now. Somebody left.
Yeah. Good to see you guys. Glad to see Julio back, baby. It must be cooler up there in the loading room. So
yeah, it's nice up here. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's brutal. Pat, West Covina Dodge, he has to go to a certain spot, and it's brutal sometimes. Hopefully he comes on later. I understand, I have a fan here if it gets hot and everything, but
yeah. You have a little one here in front of me, like, with about 5 inches or so.
Yeah.
Little tiny ones on the deck, so I use that. I keep the big one off.
Yeah, you got the big one back there. I think I have 2 of those.
Yeah.
They work really good. They're oscillating.
Yes, they do, yeah.
Yeah. One of mine's starting to go out. I don't know if it's slipping off the fan blades, but it's lower power than the other. I don't know. They're $25, whatever.
Well, sometimes it gets gunked up inside. You just blow it out with WD-40 or use a cleaner and clean it out and blow it out with some air, and they work fine again.
Yeah, it looks like I have the same ones as Julio's, and one finally started crapping. And it's the one I put in the bedroom to keep it cool. And but now I have a little air conditioner in there. It's getting cold out now, so
So
we
get like 40s in the morning now.
Yeah, we're getting high 70s, and then I looked at the forecast and it said 20 something degrees. I'm like, what?
Wow.
And my wife says we might get snow next week, and I'm like, no way! Don't even tell me that.
No, I know.
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
This week coming is going to be cold. Tomorrow's going to be nice, and then it's going to go down from there during the week. I wanted to go Wednesday shooting. It's going to be a high of 52 degrees.
But at least by the afternoon, the sun is out. The air is warmer.
Oh, yeah.
Which is nice.
So my Winchester WSH has to be temperature sensitive because it shot like crap this past Wednesday compared to the week before. Same loading session, same powder, nothing different. Same 1 pound of powder. Sometimes I go to the next pound and it changes a little bit, but this is like what happened. And that's just one rifle. That's 3 different rifles.
I don't know.
And tight group too. Tight group must be also temperature sensitive.
Yeah, that's a bummer about certain powders. I keep them in my pocket or leave them. I bring them out when ready.
Well, they're in. I load them in my car in the morning, and so I get to the range, and it's 60 degrees, 58 degrees, whatever it is, and everything's out in the open now. So it's it just didn't warm up much. And it was a little bit of a breeze, but the bullets were like, God, man, my group opened up. I said, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think between the hot brass in the sun, you lay it on the table, you're shooting, you touch the brass and it's hot. Or if it's freezing outside, I run into that all the time. Your chronograph numbers go crazy.
We have an overhang, so the sun's not beating on where my ammo is and stuff. It's whatever that temperature is there. Okay, but I mean, it was 9:30, 9:45. I took my jacket off. I was warm enough, so but it seemed like it affected something. I don't know.
I don't know if I said chessboard was here or not. Hello, chessboard.
I think no.
Kyle Lusk.
Kyle Lusk and chessboard, and Kyle Lusk is here. Chessboard likes to do like these movie production video thingies that have to do with something. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, he does the computer type videos, so check him out. Kyle, he must be at work still. You got a couple hours until the rickshaw, Kyle. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah, I like the background. Okay. I should have been doing this years ago. I thought you had to have a blue screen.
Green
So,
screen.
yeah. Super easy. As long as you don't do this, you lose your hand
Mm.
or your boobs. Where is she? Where is she? Right there. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, it'll be fun. Halloween, Christmas. You throw a background up. You could be anywhere in the house. No one knows where you are. No more.
You could be in the Alps skiing.
Yeah. I'm going to walk out in the garage right now. No one's going to know.
Well, if you didn't tell us, we wouldn't know.
Oh, and I haven't eaten all day, and the wife made tater salad. And I love her tater salad. She makes it good. It's not runny. It's got everything you want: onions, celery, everything a young boy needs.
I actually had one of your favorite meals today.
Oh, it was so nice of her to make this. Oh,
Today I had pig ears. I don't know if you like that.
pig ears?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I've heard of feet and everything. Ears?
Yeah, pig ears. Yeah, they you as you take them, you slice them thin. You gotta put them in a pressure cooker. Yeah, oh yeah, it was slamming. They're good.
What do they taste like? Are they bacon like or what?
No, they taste like what can I describe them to?
Wow, ears don't have much meat.
No,
ear?
but you just slice them. You eat the whole thing, anyways. You just slice them up.
Yeah.
Maybe a thickness of a pencil, maybe a little wider. What do you compare that to?
Where in the heck do you even get? You don't get those like at Walmart.
No, you gotta go to specialty stores for that.
All right. Have you had chicken feet?
No, I never had chicken feet.
Okay, that's a Chinese delicacy, but is pig ears a delicacy where you came from? Puerto Rico, right?
Yes. Pretty much everybody makes it. They pretty much eat the whole animal, pretty much. I even had tripe. You know what the tripe is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, tripe soup. I like that.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm curious what pig ears taste like. If you can put it against anything that's similar.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what can I put that against with.
Chicken skin? What?
Yeah, you could put a chicken skin. Yeah, into that for a little more thicker. You know. Yeah, that'll work.
It's kind of like a chicken. Okay, you know how people say snake or alligator tastes like this or that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the chicken skin. Think of the chicken skin a little thicker. Yeah, that'll work.
Scotsman eats all kinds of organs. Well, he's a Scotsman. He likes that haggis. And then Gunswater's like tripe barf. Yeah, I don't know. I might like pig ears. I mean, usually they throw them away, right? You know, butcher style anyway. You know,
yeah.
Good stuff. That's interesting. I'm very curious about that. They got pretty big ears.
Yeah, you got some of them pretty thick, you know, and you just get a bunch of them, clean them up, and you slice them. thickness of a pencil, and you put them in pressure cooker, season them up.
Do they have hair on them?
Huh?
Do they
Oh
have
no hair on them.
I do. I got a freaking shave now. Yeah, when you get old, you get hair on your ears. I got to shave my damn ears.
Yeah.
What's up with that? Yeah. Dale is here. Hey, Dale. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll go to the butcher and just ask if he has them. I don't know.
Yeah, the butcher place might have them. Yeah.
Would they be good fried or no?
I never tried them fried. You could
Okay.
try it.
I don't know.
You ever had like I don't see why. What they call it? Fried like the pork belly, like pork.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you take a pork shoulder, you could cut up and fry it. I don't know if you ever had that.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good too. Yeah.
Okay. Hobby says Yoda ears. Yeah, you get a lot of meat there.
Yeah, but I think you could try pig ears fried. I don't see why.
Okay, but you cook it like a soup type?
Like a stew. Yeah.
Okay, I got
Yeah.
you. So it's more boiled.
Right.
Okay.
Because it's a tough meat, so you gotta soften it up. Yeah, you can have it over a bed of white rice. It's pretty good.
Huh. Interesting. Let me throw a link down here in case Thorsax wants to come on. Tactical Rabbit is here. What did he say? When pigs are alive. Hey, I'll take ears versus the other end of the animal, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not going for those Colorado oysters or whatever they call them. No, that's not me. They might taste okay. Anyone have testicles? I've never tried them.
I never tried it.
Scotsman probably has. Sheep. Yeah. So no, I haven't tried that. French fried pig ears sound good. I
have tried the pig feet. Pig feet's pretty good. About the similar textures to ears.
I'm vegan is here. I think he joined us in a chat earlier a month ago. And you're vegan, so you're probably not eating pig ears right now. Good to see you.
It's in Cosmo says no, I eat almost anything but balls.
Well, I don't blame you. It's just there's a movie with Chevy Chase. He's beating the record. He's at this.
Yeah.
He moved to the country, and he's at a diner, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna beat the record. All you got to do is eat 3 more." And then they told him what he was eating, and that was over. The record, yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Just Jeff says, I haven't eaten one. Yeah, I don't think I could do the testicle thing. I don't know. That's just wrong. Okay, he came last week. Well, wait a minute now. We had a guest last week, and I thought, you know what? He looks just like Vegan, who was 3 weeks ago. Did you show up? You were wearing a hat. And I was like, wait a minute, that's the same guy. I don't know. You tell me. Anyway, we had surprise guests. We weren't sure if they were a troll or not. And the last one was great, but I thought it was the vegan guy from Utah. So I don't know. Did you do a cameo with a different name? I don't know.
Yeah, James says he ate one on a dare.
One. So that one probably poof went out.
Yeah.
It was at midnight. I was pickled. Okay. I was probably pickled too. I'm off the wagon. Yeah. Off and on. All right.
Discuss my Wednesday range day.
Okay. Let me get to
enough
Yep.
people in here now. So range day, I'm having my fun and I'm shooting. Not my best day. It was cold, so I guess it affected my pad and my groups opened up a bit. But it was a good day. Meanwhile, about 10 o'clock in the morning, a group of 12 guys show up. I'm three, how should I put it? 3 shooting spots to the left of me is the end of my area. And then maybe 15 feet from there starts the 100-yard and 200-yard range. So these guys are coming down with these big black boxes. I mean, real long rifle cases. And they start unboxing, and everything that comes out has got silencers on it, cans, whatever you want to call them. And go, okay, can't be regular people. So they I left them alone for a little bit. They got settled in. They started shooting. On the next break, I went over to them, was talking to one of the guys. They are from, by me, Suffolk County Corrections Facility snipers.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And everything I got is a Barrett, however you pronounce the rifle. Barrett.
Yep.
And every gun there is the gun itself, never mind everything else attached to it. The gun itself is like $18,000. They're all top ends. Okay. All right. And I'm saying, but there's one there that's much bigger than all the rest. BMG, 50 BMG. And I'm like looking at that. Okay. During our break in between, shooting times. And they started up again. So I went back and started shooting. One of the guys over there came over, was watching me shoot. And he loved my Rossi. I let him try it. He was having a ball with it. And so then he said, you got to come over and try one of our rifles. I said, sure. So next break, I went over there. They were setting me up prone position on the 200-yard target. And I don't shoot that distances. The scope on the rifle is like $8,000. It's like or more. Okay. So they set me up and they say, it's sighted dead nuts. He says, let's see what you can do. So that was a 100-yard target. And so I took 3 shots and put them basically in one hole. I said, man, that's a rifle. That shoots. Okay. Right. And he says, it's not the rifle. You know what you're doing. I says, well, the rifle makes a big difference. Let's face it. The rifle is up the accuracy. I says, but he says, yeah, but you're the one aiming it and pull the trigger. So I had a good time, and I just shot a couple of rounds, and I said, okay, and no, shoot more. I said, no, I'm good. I'll catch you next time. So I went back to my area, shot some more. We had the break. I went back over bullshitting with him, and I'm seeing all this brass in the bucket, 50 BMG brass, and I'm going, they got to be shooting this stuff, but I don't hear anything. I'm right next to them, but the silences. Okay, so I'm looking at it. I picked up a couple, and he goes, you want to shoot it? I go, yeah, okay. I said, my shoulder won't take it. Oh, you'll have no problem with your shoulder. I says, are you kidding me? I see the freaking videos. He says, yeah, you're talking about guys standing straight up holding it to their shoulder. You're going to be in prone position. You're going to have sandbags around the rifle holding it down.
And it's heavy.
And all this stuff. He says, you're going to be laying down, prone position, but you're going to shoot 200-yard target. I says, yeah, okay. My eyes ain't that good. He says, you got the scope. Don't worry about your eyes. Just focus it. Okay. So the guy shot before me 3 shots at the target I'm shooting at. He's about an inch low. 3 bullets basically not in the same hole, touching, but next to each other, left to right. He says, we know it's sighted in, so let's see what you can do. So I pull up and I shoot one, and it was a hell of a lot less recoil than I expected.
Yeah.
Okay. And he said it's because of the weight on the gun and all.
Yeah, they're heavy. Yeah.
No, but they had sandbags holding it down, so you didn't get the lift. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And he says, that's not bad. I go, what? He's looking through the scope. He says, that's not bad. You're low also, but you're closer to the bullseye than the other guy was. I said, okay.
Oh.
I said, okay, great. He goes, shoot it again. I said, no, shoot it again. And I said, okay. So he again, it's bolt action. We were dropping one in at a time, even though it had a mag. We were dropping one in. So I put one in, and I go and I'm looking, and I'm trying to get relaxed and stuff because now I know what the recoil, everything's going to be. And I pull the trigger, and I hit. I'm touching my bullet, that shot, but touching it below. So my 2 shots were better than the guy's 3 shots. Right, so I collected my 2 pieces of brass that I fired.
And those aren't cheap. Yeah.
The Bidens, it's issued to them, but these are like $8 or $10 a piece. So,
yeah.
And and it was all federal. It had something else written on it. But it was a federal ammunition made it. That's right. But it was a great experience. But they had more fun, I think, shooting my guns than they did their guns.
Huh.
Because they were coming over to sort of, is this a lead bullet? I go, no, it's zinc. So there was a whole conversation about the zinc and whatnot, and how I'm shooting reduced loads and all this stuff. And they were interested in what I had to say, and none of them reloaded. So it was just wow, zinc bullets. So that was my Wednesday. I had a great time.
Yeah, we were at a range a long time ago. My son was just a little kid, and they were shooting a 50, and my son was like fascinated with it. You could feel the shockwave in your chest, unsuppressed. And the guy gave him a round, and I still have it on my reloading bench. And he was so happy. He's like, wow, that's huge. Anyway, Rollis is here, and Tread is here. Tread had hurricane damage, and he's listening, so he's not watching. So I want to say hi to Tread, and I'm glad he's okay. There was a lot of hurricane damage. He did a couple videos there. And let's see, we got Thorzax here. Hey, Thorzax.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, the 50 is something else. Ma Deuce, baby. John Browning. It'll put, without a can on it, it'll shake your chest if you're standing anywhere near.
Yeah, you definitely get it by a shockwave. That's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, I hope Tread's okay. It looks like a lot of damage in his neighborhoods. So hopefully the hurricanes are over.
Huh? What happened, Dave?
How you doing, man?
I'm actually doing pretty good, thank you. Doing good.
Doing good. Staying away from the doctor.
I got blood work Monday morning, and I gotta see the doctor on Tuesday, and do more blood work on Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah, Cranky
Yeah,
was
well,
in today. Yeah, poor Cranky. He was in today getting scanned. Yeah.
I got 3 more physical therapy visits left. She told me that I'm kind of plateaued where I'm at, and so it's going to be back to the doctor, and then I'm going to see what he has to say. And I got a feeling he's going to try to give me a pitch about putting an artificial shoulder in there, and I'm going to tell him I'm not interested. I am not going to get another piece of metal stuck in me. I've already done that, and you can feel it. I'm telling you right now, I'll tell you what, when that was the first thing I noticed when I woke up, we took all that hardware out and they took the screws out and everything, and they put it all back together. That was the first thing I noticed when I woke up. I didn't have that low voltage ache associated with that, because you just get this low voltage ache. It's constantly there. You can't, while you're sleeping, it doesn't matter. It's over. And if you talk, you know, some people have had hip replacement and stuff like that. You know, they say they have the same thing. Some of them say they don't. But for the most part, people, yeah, I know it's there.
Yeah, no, I got screws and rods, and when it's real cold, like 0 degree, it hurts.
Oh yeah, it does. It does. It's terrible. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I got all that stuff out, and I'm not going back. I'm going to try to make the most of what I've got already, and it's just going to be up to time and healing, I think, from here on out, because it's nerve damage and it's muscle, you know, it's muscle tissue and stuff like that. But you know what? You know, 6 months ago I couldn't do that. So you know, just more stretching and stuff I can do at home. You know, just use it more. I just want to get my feeling back in my hand.
Yeah.
I mean, pins and needles all the time. You know, it gets to you after a while, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, you get thing left-handed and you're not left-handed, you're right-handed. So, you know, when you're left-handed, you start doing everything with your left-handed. You're shaving, you're doing whatever.
Right.
But, you know, like I said, I jumped in the shower the other day and I was able to, you know, go ahead and, you know, get all nice and clean and all that stuff.
That's good.
Yeah, so you know I've got movement and everything. It's just going to take more movement and more moving it around, and just getting that thing loosened up and everything, and get back to normal again. And hopefully my nerve damage will repair itself. You know, maybe that stuff that God puts in us, you know, to help us heal, it takes over and mends all of that. It's going to take a while, though. I've talked to some people that said I didn't get the feeling back in my hand for 4 years. Yeah, so that's what happens, man. Thing. This is what my doctor told me. He says, you know, you went through the same thing that people go through when they get a limb removed. If you know, that's that same pain. You know, because all your nerves got stretched out, all your ligaments got stretched out, all your tendons got stretched out. You ripped the muscles out of your chest, and they were balled up down in your arm. And first surgery, they had to reattach all that stuff and then put the hardware. And then when I had to take the hardware out, I had to go ahead and, you know, move that stuff around and then take your arm out. I have my arm, you know, I have your bone of your arm in my hand, and I took the screws out and the hardware out. I had to put it back in there. So yeah, so I've really been through it, man. I wish just anyone. It's terrible. Yeah, so I feel for Cranky, you know. I feel for Scotsman, you know. I mean, it's no fun when you don't have any control over it. You can't get comfortable. You can't get comfortable. You know, your day is constantly going around the fact that you're trying to navigate, not making the pain any worse. Yeah, but I'm a lot better than I was.
No, that's good.
Leaps and bounds. It's been 2 years now, so it's leaps and bounds. Anyway, that's enough about me.
Yeah, I had a frozen shoulder once, and that was brutal. And the guy said, well, you really can't do nothing about it. You can have an operation. It's not going to do you no good. I just waited it out. It took 3 years to get the one shoulder normal. And you know, there's no cure for frozen shoulder, I guess, unless you go under the knife, but that's not guaranteed. And I waited it out and it went away. But now I wake up and both shoulders hurt. I kind of got to do this in the morning, get my shoulders going, and then we're okay.
You know, Jim, there was, you know, the subject about your chat came up between me and, you know, another guy that I know. And the one thing that we like about your chat, it's about anything. I mean, we can talk about bullets, we can talk about lead, we can talk about lead alloys, we can talk about powder coating, we can talk about guns, we can talk about politics, we can
oysters,
all that stuff. And you know, it's got there's no real set venue here. You know what I mean? Just like a bunch of guys, you know, meeting down there at the tavern, you know. We talk about the ball game, or then somebody brings up something about their dog, and then somebody brings something about how, you know, the old lady's getting on their ass or some crap, or, you know, and we just It's just a place to go and just hang out with the guys. Get a little male companionship in, and I think it's really a good thing. It's a real good chat. And it's not advertised either as, like a gun channel, like Uncle Jim's gun chat or whatever. No, it isn't anything like this. It's Uncle Jim's chat, come on,
Well,
come
just
on.
look at her.
Yeah. So
Hey, you're talking about food. I just saw where they interviewed some Haitians, and back home they eat cats.
Yeah.
There you go.
The Philippines. Yeah, the Philippines.
The Haitians eat cats, and they had Haitians on there saying, "Yeah, we eat cats at home. That's
Chinese.
one of our favorite meals." So, cats.
Yeah.
I have to worry about cats.
Back in the late 70s, we got a lot of refugees here from Vietnam, and they moved into lower income housing that was downtown, And one thing, if you had a cat or a dog, you better bring him inside at night because you ain't gonna see him again. They completely cleaned that place up. There was not any stray cats or people would go out there. There was a chain, there was a post, but there ain't no dog on the end. I'm serious. It got to be a problem. And then there was another thing that happened here at the Kitsap County Humane Society is that they start checking this address, and it seemed like, these people keep getting dogs. And not just little dogs, big dogs. And and there's this history that these people have, went and adopted, 12 dogs. And they went out there and they couldn't produce the dogs. And sure enough, where that went. They make good stew or something. I don't know. But yeah, they're eating. Yeah. Well, there you go. And so, hey. Not saying it's weird. It's weird to us, but over there, it's not weird.
Well, what was interesting interviewing some Haitians were they were like, "No, we don't eat dogs. It's just cats. That's what we eat at home." And of course, it happens, in America now. They weren't so. They didn't. They weren't interested in eating dogs. So. I guess Trump got it half right.
He's doing that when he said that they started making a song out of it.
Oh yeah, all the rap songs about that.
Yeah, the next following day.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes I'm glad we're out here because I like my cats. If someone ate my cat, I'd be pissed. But I guess they don't like dogs so much. So there you go.
Yeah.
So there is some truth to it. And
there's a little watering hole that's about 2 miles away from my house down the hill, and it's called Four Corners. It's been there forever, and it's a tavern. And back when I was a kid, it was a gas station, and then in there they also had a store. And through the years, it's graduated into a tavern. It's never been upgraded as far as service station or whatever. And the owner just turned it into a tavern. It's called Skelly's. Anyway, so. The old Skelly, he's got a stray that he started to feed probably about 4 years ago now, and his name's Willie. And Willie's got a home now. You go into the bar and Willie's there. He's curled up on, the cushion of the chair, and you can go over there. I'll tell you one thing: he don't know you, ooh, boy, you're taking a chance. If you don't know you, I'll tell you got to get to know that cat, boy. I'll tell you that right now. And he's got free rent of the place, and he's happy, and he's got a place to go. One thing Steve needs to do though is get him fixed, man, because sometimes he sprays in there. It's like, Steve, come on, man, get him fixed. I mean, golly, you come in here to have a beer, and it's just like it smells like Willie is really in here. And it's a tavern too. So Willie, his safe place is under the pool table. If you want to find him and there's a bunch of people in there, he's under the pool table. He's learned after a while that it's a navigational hazard to be walking around out in the open when there's a bunch of people because you've been stepped on. But he's a good cat. I'll be in Walmart. I'll get him some cat treats, and if I go down there in a couple of weeks or something, I'll bring it down there. So Willie will have some cat treats. So he's a good cat. He gets along with me good. He'll actually jump up on me while I'm down there, and he'll curl up on me and just lay his head down. Everything's cool. So yeah. But I'll tell you what, if you don't know him, you don't know him. You better watch out. You put your hand on him, boy, you're taking a risk there. He will definitely flat screw you up. I'll tell you that. He'll let you know. You'll let you know. Yeah. Yeah. And the funny thing too is that they let him out outside at night. And well, they don't actually let him out. Usually right about sometime during the evening he'll go out. And he'll be out all night, and then he'll come back in the morning. But man, I'll tell you what, 4 or 5 times that cat has come back, and he has had his ass handed to him. I mean, some raccoon, some wild animal out there just handed his ass to him, and he'll be all cut, screwed up, and I mean, he's had 3 broken legs, he's had a broken tail, he's got his ear bitten through. He ended up losing a tooth in a fight, got all infected. They had to call the vet, get him all done. And I'm telling you what, he is one tough cat. Old Willie, he's a tough cat. So if you win the honor of him, like letting you pet him and being nice to him because he knows you, it's because he trusts you. I mean, he's quite a cat. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Guns Water says here, Pangolian coon dog with bat sauce. What kind of recipe was that?
That's another thing too. They eat monkeys over there in the Philippines as well. Those little spider monkey. They got one of these little sliding things, and you point at the one you want, and the guy grabs it, and it's like like that, and they put him down on this thing and like that, and whack, and that's it. And they serve you. You just start. I mean, I don't know, man. Hey, different cultures,
Yeah.
Or they'll see a grub. They'll see a grub like in the flower or something like that, a big old grub. They'll just go ahead and grab it. And, no problem. Chew it up. Just like bubble gum. Yeah. Yeah, Philippines.
Hey, speaking of which, I think Jerry might be buying a house now in the Philippines. He's been renting until they find one. So he sent me a picture, and he's been looking at houses for a long time. And I think they finally found the house. So last text, we're different time zones.
Yeah.
I think he found a house. Where is the well, you can't really show it. It's like a video, but oh, you can't do it on here. Oh, okay, it's not gonna work. Anyway, it looks like a nice house. So hopefully Jerry settles down in the Philippines. I think he's still a few months out because he has a contract where they're renting right now, but he's probably going to finally settle down.
That's good.
The way they build a house over there is that the entire floor, the entire floor is concrete.
Yeah,
and they build that
concrete, yeah.
but that from concrete. And
And the plumbing is the plumbing is in the concrete. So if you have a problem, but yeah.
Yeah, Puerto Rico's the same way. You're gonna have to whip out the jackhammer, stop busting cement.
yeah, and what they do over there is they get some insecticide. They get like a 55-gallon drum, some insecticide, and they treat the entire property with that insecticide before they even start to build.
Yeah, because over in Puerto Rico, there's a huge problem with termites. If you don't, they'll tear whatever you have inside the house.
My former brother-in-law was a missionary down in Mexico. He lives down there, and in a little town called Cofidilla, and he built his house down there, and all of his building, materials was concrete, steel, and glass. He didn't use any wood at all. I mean, even the beams, stuff like that, they formed up the beams out of concrete, and reinforced them, and set them in place.
Right.
And they don't screw around down there. Yeah, they don't use hardly any wood at all.
Because it gets one. They'll use pressure treat at certain locations that don't last long at all.
In Mexico, yep, that's what they do.
Yeah,
they build it all, glass, concrete.
Tin Man is here. They tore down his old house. He bought a new house. His neighbor wanted the property, and I got pictures. I got pictures of that. It's really creepy. He thought it wasn't creepy at all, but I thought it'd be creepy. You lived in this house, and they're tearing it down.
Really? They bought the house and they tore it down?
Yeah, he wanted the property.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I mentioned to him that's kind of creepy. You'd feel weird about watching your house you lived in being torn down, but
yeah, that's strange.
He's like, "No, I'm moving on." He's like, "No, I'm moving on. I'm happy. I don't care."
Well, he did all those home, those home improvement stuff to that house too. He put all that work into it and everything, and then he's sitting there at the end of the driveway while a D8 just drives through it. I mean, that to me would be like, work I put.
Yeah, but he's happy. He's got way more room, and that's all in the past. Yeah.
Hey, buy the biggest house that you can at your youngest age. Buy the biggest house you can afford. That's the key right there. Start off, get yourself a little 2-bedroom bungalow and get your plans straight, but then start looking for the house that you really want, and then start looking what you're willing to sacrifice for it, and get your finances. That's what you got to do.
As you get older, I guess most people go about 3. You get your small house, then you get your next house, and then you go up, and then you retire. I want to count 3. Andy, how many houses have you had?
1.
Wow. Okay, Andy is 1. That's unusual. Usually, it's your 3rd house you retired or something.
I bought one. 24 years ago. Well, 97 is when I put the money down. I didn't move. 96, I put the money down. The end of 97, I moved in, and I had the house built for me. I found a house I liked. The builder was willing to customize some things the way I wanted them, and that's it. I got what I want the first time. I mean, you got to remember, again, I'm in a rural area. The houses are 20 feet apart, property lines. 20 feet on my side, 20 feet on his side, So I have a garage, a 2-car garage, but it's 25 by 25. And I have a lift in the garage. So I work on my cars and, with the lift. So this is, so I built it the way I wanted it. And the purpose meaningful is that I don't have to go find a bigger house. So
okay,
full basement, 9-foot ceilings. Actually, it's 9.5 foot to the rafters from the cement floor. So it's it
All on
it
one
did
floor?
good.
All on one floor, Andy?
No, it's basement, main floor, and a full upstairs. 3 floors. It's custom though. There's no like I can't tell you like it's a colonial or whatever. It's got a mix of things, so it's a little unique.
Okay, six-shooter Texan is here. Six-shooter Texan's here. He says 2, but I'm not sure if you're done yet because you always say this is it. Well, I shouldn't say that because I'm saying this is it. For me, it's 3, but you work your way up. The property goes crazy, and it's like hell yeah,
Yeah, I've had 2. I've had this one, and then I had a place. I actually had property before. I had like a small Harvey farm, I guess you could call it. And, I just found that I was out there every weekend, man, burning brush and running my chainsaws and getting my wood in and doing this and doing that. And it was just my daughter and my wife. So I really didn't get a lot of help with it. And then I ended up buying a tractor. I had a 4-8 in for a while and I did a lot of work with it. And then, it was just constantly working on the property. And I after a while, I was just like, man, there's got to be more to life than this. Because, I work for a living and I come home and I got to work all weekend long, burning brush piles and crap like that. And it was, and I had chickens and animals and stuff like that. So, when we moved to a neighborhood. What a difference. I mean, all that, I could get done with the lawn and everything in an hour. Done. I got the rest of the day to do whatever I want. It was such a relief. Some people like property, and property does have its benefits. However, man, you've got to either have animals or the equipment in order to manage it, and you got to have, you got to go out there and work. And that's it. Work, man. But anyway, yeah, this is my second home. Actually, if you really want to count it, I've actually had 3 homes. I've had the same home twice because I ended up having to buy out my ex when we got divorced. So I ended up having to refinance and then cash her out so you could get her out of here. I ended up buying the same house twice. But, it's 2,700 square feet, 2-car garage. It's I'm the only one who lives here. I've got 4 bedrooms upstairs. I've got a big office downstairs. I got a family room downstairs, a great big huge garage. It's a nice home. It was built in the 80s, so there's no chipboard or OBS in it. It's all plywood. Under the siding is all cedar. There's none of this LP siding or any of that crap put on there. It's a well-built house. It's very solid. That's one thing I like about it. It was built in the early 80s and it's solid. Yep.
Julio, what number house do you have?
Number 2.
Number 2. Okay.
Number 2.
And you're never gonna move ever, never, or
I don't think so. It all depends on my wife. I would like to move one more time.
Okay.
But it depends up to her, yeah.
According to the panel, I was wrong. I said 3, and everyone on the side is saying 2. Andy is 1. And here's what used to be. Oh, I can't show it. I just got this from Tin Man. Anyway, now we just have a flattened piece of land for Tin Man's old house.
You can turn off the background and show the camera and put the background back on.
Well, that's okay. I was hoping he did a video on the house being torn down. And they found an old septic tank on that property he never knew about.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a decommissioned one when they hooked it up to the sewer.
Yeah.
Exactly what happened. Yep.
Yeah, they usually fill them up with sand.
Tin Man says, show it. No, Tin Man, if someone tore down my house, I would have a video. How do you not take advantage of that? And I'd have fun with it too.
And man, I would have went up to the guy with a bulldozer. I said, "Hey, man, let me do the honors of at least putting the first dent in it. I mean, you know, just let me do the honors of just putting the first dent in it. I mean,
that house was
anyway.
cool because it's the only house that had a toilet next to the reloading bench.
Well, what I told him was he screwed up because he should be watching, because in the walls could be a coin collection, a little Thompson machine gun. Who knows what's in the walls of that house?
Like yeah, $100,000 in it or some crap.
Yeah. Yeah, someone's tearing down my house. Oh man, I'm doing a detector in the walls and everything before it goes down. There could be gold in them walls. Yeah. That's funny.
So Tim Man goes back to his place. We'll just see it again, and the guy's shoveling through the stuff while he's there, and pulls out a briefcase that was in the wall, and it's loaded with $100 bills or something.
Yeah, DB Cooper's money, whatever. Yeah. Okay, he said that wasn't. He said that
covered
wasn't
$100,000 because it's like, you know, Morgan $20 coins stuck in the wall or some crap. You know, that was, yeah. Poor Tin Man. Poor Tin Man. I got a lot of respect for
As long as they don't find a skeleton in the wall, then Tin Man's in trouble.
Yeah, you saw that video on YouTube, I think it was. They were remodeling and they put a skeleton inside the wall with the letters. Yeah. Man, why did I think of that? When I did the kitchen, should have put a skeleton behind the cabinets.
Yeah, what if the entire basement was full of bodies?
I hate to say that. They expanded Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, and down there in what they call Navy Yard City, down on the end of Charleston, there was a bunch of houses in there that were built like before the war. Well, you know, that's really old housing, so people have been in and out and in and out and in. You got this transient, you know, society of people that are, you know, in the Navy, moving in and out, in and out, and everything. And they tore down 2 of those houses down there when they expanded. They just flattened that whole, like, you know, 5 blocks of nothing but homes. They just doubled. And they found 2 of them that there was literally somebody killed somebody in the backyard, and they have no way of knowing, you know, where or who or when it happened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Some sailor killed some, you know, buried her in the backyard. Shit.
Yeah, the clown killer guy had a whole basement full of bodies, you know.
Yeah. That guy, he had a bunch of kids. What a sicko. I mean, he had a bunch of kids in his crawl space of his house. He stuck them under in the crawl space of his house and in the foundation. I mean, what a sicko. Man.
Oh, Scotsman, if it's from 1890, you definitely have coins in the walls. No one trusted banks, okay? First thing I do is check the walls. At least get a detector and go around and see if something's in there. No one trusted banks. There's good stuff in a lot of houses. You know, they found one guy found a full auto machine gun in his wall, and the ATF wanted to go after him. And he's like, wait a minute, somebody put this in the wall in the 30s during the gangster days, you know. Thompson machine gun, ammo, all that stuff was in his walls. Why is he responsible for it? Yeah.
You know, Jim, look what Tin Man said. Chessboard said that I think Chessboard's from up here. I think he's somewhere in the Seattle area or here in Washington. And he said the house stick built was 1,800 square feet, full basement, 2-car garage, you know, in-ground pool or whatever. Anyway, Tin Man said, damn, Chess, that's crazy. Today that would be 350K. I'll tell you what, Kurt, you don't live in Seattle and you don't live in Washington State, man. That'd be like $1 million. That would be $1 million house right now. $1 million. That's what they want for it. I mean, my house, this track home that I bought in this neighborhood, because it's down next to the waterfront. I mean, $750,000. $750,000 for this. I wouldn't pay that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's what the value at. Oh, and here's another thing too. I already brought that up, but man, that people don't seem to understand. When you want a higher minimum wage, all you're doing is you're setting middle class closer to poverty. Think about that. If you want $20 an hour and say like the prevailing wage is like $45 an hour that maybe a person gets, at the age there's a family supporting wage, $45 an hour or whatever. When you go up like that in your minimum wage and nothing else goes up, all you're doing is taking everybody and moving it back down, and you're creating inflation while you're at it. I mean, that's what's messed up about Washington State. That's what's going on in this state right now. Is that the middle class, the earnings for the middle class is frozen, and yet the lower end jobs are getting raises, stuff like that. And like I said earlier, I mean, when these people down in Olympia, these minimum wage workers or whatever, they presented this to our legislation that they need to up it to over $21 an hour, some crap, and it's already $16.30 something. That's the minimum wage here in Washington State. I know in SeaTac it's $20 an hour, but I'll tell you what, they presented it to the state legislature, and they were represented by their union. It was like I was saying earlier, if you can afford a union, you're not making minimum wage anymore. I'm sorry.
Right.
Money to throw away on union dues, then you're not making minimum wage anymore. If you can afford it, you're not making minimum wage anymore.
Yeah, unions ain't cheap.
I read another thing about Washington State. Washington State has a bill that they're trying to push through what they call the universal wage. Hey, you all right, Jim?
Yeah, that's all right. Okay. Garage equipment tripping over.
But they want the Universal Wage Act, and what that is means that if you make less than $45 an hour, and say you get laid off from your job, or you decide to pursue other areas of your life or whatever, you're going to continue to get a check for $25 an hour for a 40-hour work week. Never, ever be without money. And they're trying to push that right now in Washington State. It'll come out of the taxpayers. So if you make under $25 an hour, then you can apply. You get this universal wage thing. Hello, isn't that called communism? That's communism. God, Jim, it just keeps getting worse here.
That's why we have a third. That's why we have a third house. It was a trade, so
I know. But man, it just keeps getting worse. I can't. Just when I think, you know what, they can't do anything that's any worse here. Bullshit. They can do. I'm waiting for the red flag and the hammer and sickle to go up down there in Olympia.
Oh, we got Pat. West Covina Dodge is in the side. Hey, Pat. Yeah.
Well, anyway, that's my rant. I'm done.
Yeah, when things got crazy and we wanted out, it was perfect timing. You gotta pick the timing where it's a seller's market at the same time you want a buyer's market on the other end. And that's how it worked out for us. We went to a different state that was a buyer's market and sold in a state that was a seller's market. And it worked out, but it doesn't happen like that all the time.
Right.
And we got twice the house and a billion times the property for the same thing. And we just traded it. We even took a hit, but we said, hey, it's still a trade. We could have got greedy over there because they want crazy prices. And now our old house is worth a ton of money.
And
me? Are you
Unbelievable.
kidding me? It had no yard. You know,
And
it
I'm
had a
thinking,
little, yeah.
you know, they're pricing themselves way out of the buyer's reach here. I mean, you know, you get young people or middle-aged people or people in their early 30s or something, and they're looking to buy a family-sized home. I mean, family-sized homes nowadays are priced out of their reach. That's with both of them working. You know, I mean, it's out of their reach. They can't make payments on it because it's so expensive here. Unbelievable.
Hey, James, I'll plow any day of the week to be here. I love it. I don't mind it at all. I can go right out my garage right now and shoot. I always wanted that in my life. And it took a long time, but here we are. Pat's getting really.
Yeah.
Oh, Pat. Come on, Pat. Get on here. I know you can.
Yeah, they're trying to push that bill through our state legislator. It's not popular. But do you see where, you know, the minimum wage, you know, union really is going with this? Because they're the ones that are supporting that bill.
Yeah.
See, they're the ones that are doing it. They're telling all these young people, oh, you should never have to go without money. Nobody should ever have to really work for money. I mean, you should have just basic income that anybody, you know, I mean, everybody deserves a certain income, you know, and that's what they're telling them. That's what they're telling them. Yeah.
I think the gun laws deteriorating was, you know, when I started thinking I want out of here. My wife's not a shooter. She didn't think about that, but she was sick of the traffic and the taxes and all that. And we all said, you know what? Let's get the hell out of here. And we're super happy. All of us are super happy now.
Well, the thing that gets me is that even if, say, like, for instance, for Snowball's Chance in Hell or whatever, they get that universal income bill through our state legislature and they vote yes on it, you realize what's going to happen after that. I mean, right after that, they'll come out with a state income tax on top of our sales tax, guaranteed. And Inslee and Ferguson, they would love it. They would love it. Even Inslee's moving to Idaho. He's not even retiring here. Inslee, our governor.
It's got a bottom out.
Hell.
Oh, I just fell down the stairs. Oh, that was great. There goes the kneecap.
All right.
Yeah, I tripped down the stairs. I got sandals on. Son of a bitch.
What's wrong with you, man?
There goes the kneecap. Throw it to the pile. What's a kneecap, huh? Oh my gosh, that hurt. Oh, I should replay that to see what it looked like. What did it look like when I?
You can't see much. It was just like,
Yeah, it was like
disappear.
yeah.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
Look it up, man. At the thing up above me, the frame that's up above me, and all I see is your head moving around and like,
yeah, that was cement. That was cement too. That did not feel good. Anyway.
Oh, Jim.
I need ice.
Is anybody home when you do stuff like this?
Sometimes.
You know, maybe you think about that. I mean, how long are you going to be out there in the garage at the bottom of the freaking stairs and you can't get up? And, you know, how long are you going to be down there? A couple of hours until the sun gets on?
No.
Whatever.
Here's my favorite.
Comes out there like, man, you're really screwed up. Yeah, I am.
No, my favorite is they find me a day later on the tractor frozen, like with a look on my face. That's my favorite. That's how I want to go down. Just frozen
like
to
the
tractor.
Shining.
Frozen
Yeah,
to the
like
tractor with a like a cigarette. Oh, hilarious. Oh, what happened? What happened to Dad? Where is he? He hasn't come up yet. Yeah, and they find me
At
a
least
day
you
later.
got your phone with, at least you got your phone with you, so you can at least get a. You know, you put your finger on the button of 911. Maybe get some help coming up there.
No, I'd be like this doing a video, holding the phone. I'll be like this frozen. I'll be like this frozen. Oh, yeah.
So from up in that mountain, how far the hospital is from you?
Well, we have a close emergency place, but if you need anything major, you got to be flown up north.
Oh, okay.
So when my wife had a stroke, they helicoptered, up north because they can handle so much. Luckily we're 20 minutes away from emergency. But
Okay.
if you need major surgery, you're getting flown or you got to drive a couple hours.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, James has it right. Yeah, I want to be. I want to be found peeing my initials frozen, standing. That's hilarious. That's how I want to go down, baby. Oh, that's hilarious. Ah, gosh, darn it. I don't need to fall downstairs right now. Gosh, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that would be funny. Going frozen. I love that idea. I love that a lot.
Well, I got a question for Andy. Have you seen that video that zinc jacketed bullet for a rifle?
No.
It's the bottom part is zinc. It's still covered in jacket. The bottom part is zinc. The upper part is a powdered compressed zinc, and it's hollow point.
Oh, okay.
Jacketed, yeah.
Yeah, you said zinc jacketed. Okay, I thought you meant
Yeah.
the coat. The outside jacket was zinc. No, yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of things where they do that. They've had like that. The bottom half is hard, and the top is a powdered, granular.
Yeah.
But,
and it had good expansion. It was pretty cool.
yeah, I mean, but again, the issue of it is the expansion is only because of the powder. So the jacket opens up, and
Right.
That type of thing. But I don't know if I'd want to. If I shot an animal with that, you'd be really spitting out the zinc all night when you eat it.
I know. It gets all powdered, like
powder. That's granular. I don't know that it's powder or slightly granular.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw that's an older video. I think I saw that. Yeah. But no, again, my purpose for the zinc is plinking. Okay.
Right.
And because I didn't care about powder coating and stuff, but my concern was letting it to barrels. Okay, because you still have to make a certain velocity for the lead to work, for it to arbitrate and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Zinc, you're not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to powder. Yeah, once you cast it and size it, you're done.
That's
right.
it. And I mean, originally my sizing, I was sizing them like they were lead.
Yeah.
Originally, I was sizing them, one size up, if that's 357, 358, that's 355, 356.
Right.
Okay. They shot fine, but I decided that, wait a minute, this stuff is really hard. I don't think I have to oversize it. And I put them in the regular size, and I honestly seen no difference in accuracy by sizing it down. So I size them down now more. But sometimes I got to two-step size it because, it's too tough. It's tough.
Right.
Sometimes, but I lube them. I throw them in a little can, and I spray lanolin and alcohol on them and mix them up good. Let them dry, and then I go. But every now and then I get one that's really hard to get sized. So but the most of it size is pretty easy now. I mean, I do water drop every one of them. So, you know,
Mm.
but I have good luck with it. Okay, is it as accurate as a jacketed bullet? That would be the real connection.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I worked up loads for the bullet, found the node. That's all, and
Right.
I can say if I go high velocity, like 223, go 2,700 feet per second, whatever it is, it shoots more accurately than a reduced load.
Mm.
Okay, so at the normal speed you would load a jacketed bullet at, I would think they're just about as accurate. In distance, I can't really answer. I'm not shooting 200 yards with wind.
Mm.
So I know the wind's going to affect it because it's a lighter bullet, but it's also traveling faster. So, however you want to look at it. But for most targets, most of the stuff I'm doing is 50 yards is good enough for me to shoot. If I can put a quarter out there and keep all the bulls in the size of a quarter at 50 yards with any gun I'm shooting, I'm happy.
Right.
I'm happy. That's the best. But I just did some 300 blackout tests with a different powder. What did I load now? I forgot what powder I loaded. Anyway, I wound up. I did that in my last video. If you saw the last range video, and 15 grains, 15.2. That's the number where the accuracy node was. Now I can go up to about 19 and a half, 20 grains of powder, but I don't need it that hot.
Right.
But I wanted to find, because I have a lot of this powder I get for free. So I want to, well, not for free, but really cheap. So I wanted to work up the load for this powder until I run out of it. That's all.
Yeah.
And it shot great. I mean, now I'm going to reload 15.1, and 15.2 and see if 15.1 is the magic number, and actually 15.3. So I'm going to find out the magic number for there, because it could be up or down. 1.1 grains makes a big difference.
Right.
So, at least for the accuracy node, but that's it. I'm just having fun with my guns and the zinc.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, I had no problems powder coating. I got so much powder coat downstairs, I don't know what to do with it now. You know what I mean? It's like, and people say, I have this powder that was laying around in a powder coat company in a plastic garbage bag for 4 years, this brownish tan color. And the guy said, here, take it. It was like 10 pounds of powder. And he said, if it doesn't work, just throw it out. Okay.
Right.
And it was the best coating powder I ever had. He has no idea what it was, what brand it was made for a customer.
Right.
The customer planned to give him whatever X amount of pieces, and that's why he ordered that much powder. And then the customer didn't need as much, but he had the powder. So I wound up with it, and it's like I still got containers of it downstairs. I mean, I don't use it, and I have all the other stuff, all the Eastwoods and all the stuff down there, and I really don't use it anymore. And again, I proved any powder coat will work with CW. He sent me stuff, no matter what he did, wouldn't coat, and I coated it with the electrostatic gun. So you make a $50 investment. For $30, you build yourself a little spray booth like I did, and it works.
Right.
So,
yeah, I'm pixelating because I got a cat. Rollis is here. How you doing, Rollis?
Hey guys, what's up?
I'll never forget that time that Elvis Ammo, he ended up, that dude went and gave him all that powder coat. He had a whole truckload. He had a whole, the pickup truck was filled with powder coat. It was it was brown. Remember that?
Green stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder about Elvis Ammo because he was in Carolina, and I thought he moved to North Carolina, and they got hit really bad. So I wonder if Elvis is okay.
Yeah, he's a survivor. I'm sure that he's all right. He's a country boy.
Yeah, he's got all the prep stuff, but what if his property got all messed up? Because I thought he moved to North Carolina.
Yeah.
They got hit bad.
I get a kick out of that, Jim. But that's the way they want to that you want to be found, just frozen, taking a piss outside your garage.
Oh yeah.
The only thing holding you up is this frozen stream. they finally break you loose, the firefighters, and you fart. And one looks at the other one and says, he had a heart attack. He was squeezing a little bit too hard. You're just like, you got this smile on your face.
Yeah, if I gotta go, if I gotta go, I want. Yes, I would like to go down that way. That would be awesome. And hopefully it's on the news with the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta leave the son instructions. Hey, if this ever happens, before they take me away, if I'm still standing there, you need to take a picture of this and then have it on the last live chat. You get the host of the last live chat. Show the picture to everybody. Yep. This is where
Have my son do a final video.
Final video.
Have
the virtual background with you back there, with your cigarette and smiling.
I can't think of a better way to go. That would be awesome. Really.
Oh man, that'd be funny. Shrinkage.
Maybe this winter I do a video scoop on that.
Where's Pat when you need him?
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut out at the moment and sit inside for about 10 minutes and taking my pills right now. So I can catch you guys on the next. And I'm doing what am I doing here? I'm sending somebody a package of goodies, zinc bullets. So we've been emailing back and forth right now. So, okay, Tin Man, you can come on now. See you guys later.
Yeah, good night.
All right, take care, Andy. Good night.
Good night, Andy. Take care, Andy. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Good night, Andy.
I'm in the process of doing arts and crafts tonight. Trying to get a notebook built for the 223 for the new Howa. So trying to start a folder with every shot ever made, all that. Question is, how long will it actually last before I get bored with it and forget to do it for about 6 months? So, but other than that, that's all that's going on here. What about I've been watching you guys all night, so it sounds like everybody's just kicked back and easy, taking it easy tonight.
Mm-hmm.
When Susan and I went four-wheeling earlier tonight, and when we were getting to leave, there was somebody dumping all kinds of construction material right there at the entrance. So then people wonder why they shut down all the the four-wheeling areas.
Yeah.
So that was enjoyable. I mean, the riding was enjoyable. Just watching those clowns do their thing kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's about all going on here.
Yeah, there's some sort of class action lawsuit happening, in the town that's next to us. That they built this housing development, probably about 15 years ago or so, and people have been discovering that all the scrap wood and paint cans and all that other stuff, they just buried that stuff in the backyard, covered it up.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised about that.
Yeah, and so there's a class action lawsuit against the company that built those homes.
Yeah, I've seen where we just would throw small stuff down just into the concrete block, like nails and stuff or little chunks of wood. That's one thing. Paint cans and stuff, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, hazardous waste stuff that's hard to get rid you have to pay to get rid of.
Exactly.
Yeah, like roofing material and stuff like that. They just throw it all in there and cover it up.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what they did.
It's a damn shame they do that. Yeah. But the worst part is at least those residents have a avenue to go after the people responsible.
Right. It was all under one company, and the company's still around. So
Right.
they can support for it. And yeah, that's a major thing. They're going to have to go into people's backyards and excavate all that and just dig all that stuff up, and they're going to have to haul it all away.
Yeah.
You know, the feeling is, though, is that company is going to file bankruptcy, and they're going to say, yeah, well, you know, now try to get it.
Yeah.
You know, nobody's going to take the millions of dollars that I ripped everybody off for, so I'm going to file bankruptcy.
Exactly. So just like I said, this place, these people I was watching do the dumping, and I had them on video. I'm going back and forth in my head whether I send it to the cops or not, or just put it up and just say, yeah, this is why we don't have four-wheel, because there's all kinds of.
Well, indiscriminately, you know, give it to the sheriff's department.
Yeah, it and like I said, it just and they weren't the first people to do this. It's not like there's
Roland. They're assholes. Okay.
Oh no! Believe me,
they're breaking the law, and they're breaking the law, and everybody else has to clean up and pay for that.
And
okay? They deserve nothing more than be turned in because they're assholes.
You know what the worst part was? I assume it could have been just a young guy, but I'm assuming it was the kid. Whoever, is the construction boss or the owner of the company or whatever, had his kid doing it. Yeah. He didn't even have enough fucking balls to get out there and do it himself. And he put his kid out there to do it. And when they saw that I was recording them, he yelled for him to get back in the vehicle and stuff. So, I mean, at least we have that. But it just, like I said, this is the first time I've been there.
I get that video. I would get that video down to the sheriff's office and say, yeah, here it is. I don't know if you can get any type of recognition or to hunt these people down, but this is a problem, and I'm trying to be a good citizen. Yeah. This sort of stuff doesn't. We need to kind of watch after our communities against people like this, and we need to stand up for it.
And the worst part is these. And it's not like they just drove up in a pickup and started tossing stuff on this property. And I don't think it's actually an official off-road place. It's just, nobody says anything. But these folks had their own four-wheelers and stuff. I mean, but they just loaded. Oh yeah, I bet obviously. It just imagine. Yeah, so it's not. They were out there racing around there earlier. Then they go and they dump their stuff before they go to leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I said, there's. I'm definitely going to at least post it up on the local, off the Jeep forum, and and maybe the sheriff's department will get, Duval County will get a email or whatever. So I'll look into it, but it's just a total and complete. The place is getting trashed. The cops ignore it, but they've ignored it enough where people are starting to dump trash there is what it comes down to.
Yeah, you can also, if you got a local newspaper or something like that, you can turn around and give video to them and say, this is what's going on. You can keep your eye out because this has been reported to the police and they won't do anything about it. And what are we paying taxes for?
Right.
And not just that. It really is the owner. That's the sad part. It is the owner because they probably got some 27-year-old guy. He's probably got a kid at home. Got an old lady. She's probably working serving coffee someplace or something like that. And they're just trying everything they can just to keep the roof over their head, keep beans and hot dogs on the table, probably eat macaroni and hamburger and stuff just to get by. And and this owner is like, hey, you dump this stuff off in this area, and if you say anything to anybody, you're immediately fired. You know what I mean?
Right. And
So-
just like Tin Man was saying that, $25, $50. Yeah. It's just somebody trying to save a little bit of money on their job site here. And the thing is, in Duval County, has all kinds of recycling. It has stuff like that. And there's just those trash days. I mean, like I said, it looked like it was stuff coming from a job site. So, but anyway, like I said,
unless you really have to take a dump.
But anyway, so that's that's what's going on here. Got absolutely nothing done in the reloading room today.
But I'll tell you what, you guys talk about houses and moving and stuff. Man, I think I'm stuck here with the amount of stuff I've got for, reloading stuff, everything like that. Man, I look at all that stuff and I'm thinking to myself, do I really want to move all that stuff? I would have to have an inventory reduction big time.
When we moved from Jerusalem, Ohio, down to Jacksonville, what I couldn't pawn or give away or whatever, I took out put in the backyard, and I burnt that. And I brought a dining room table and chairs, our TV, and a couple small, I think like the TV entertainment center, because we had just bought it and put it together. So that was going to come down. And the rest was just guns and ammo and reloading stuff. And we went up. We brought it all down in one truckload, moved into the apartment. Then I had to go back up to Pittsburgh, pick up my truck at the terminal. So we went back to the house, did a final load. Susan took that load back down. And she unpacked all that. And like I said, it was like we brought 3 pieces of furniture. We bought everything else. And like I said, what we couldn't give away or sell, we just burned in the backyard. Yeah. And
whether it being free or not, going to the dump for the recycling and all that stuff for these construction companies, it's almost like they're too cheap to pay the gas to take it down there. You know what I mean? Come on, we're talking about gas. It doesn't cost you anything to take all those shingle roofing material and throw it in the dumpster they got down there, marked for it. It's free. I mean,
Right.
And wood and metal stuff and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, but they don't want to spend the money on gas or pay some guy to go down there and spend, 4 hours driving the truck down there and unloading it all and getting another load and, unloading it all down there. They're like, oh, we'll just find some little place offside the road. Just,
And it just, just like I said. And like I said, the worst part is the guy had his kid doing it. So that he doesn't get in trouble. Or, well,
there was kind of a sting that happened up here, and it was in a place down in Chehalis. And what happened was that the waste management, waste management people, what they were doing is that they had the recycling thing, and people were like, oh, bottles and glass, and this goes in this container, and this goes in that container, and everything. Everybody was doing their job that were really into this whole thing about recycling,
right?
Thinking they're doing their part to save the planet. And what they were finding out was that down there in Chehalis, they would take their federal allotted amount of money that it took to take the plastic bottles and get them all compacted and on a pallet and stuff. But they reached where that money was gone. They just took the rest of it, palletized the rest of it, and threw it in the landfill. It was like 75% of everything that everybody was taking all this time to put aside and sort out as recyclables, and they turn it in, and then the recycling company was putting it in the landfill because the federal was provided for them to do that.
Here in Clay County, they just stopped the recycling. And they went to a different company. So we still have regular waste. It's part of our county taxes. So everybody pays for garbage service. But they got rid of the recycling beginning of this month. So, I mean, cardboard and everything now it just all goes out onto the burn pile. And next time it gets really nice and cold, just have a big old fire and burn up all that old brush and everything that needs to be taken care of. And what the frustrating thing is, glass, steel, and aluminum is all almost 100% recyclable. The most expensive part about the most expensive part is the actual manufacturing of it, the original manufacturing. Yeah, tell me about it, Fuzzy. But yeah, so it's like all the glass and everything, unless you have something to use it for, it all goes right to the landfill anyways. And we prefer to buy glass products anyways because a little bit healthier than having all that plastic. Yeah, already got enough plastic in my balls.
Oh. Yeah, I missed the part, but it sounds like somebody was dumping. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. We have a free dump. I haven't been there, but yeah. Our garbage is cheap, so it goes in the garbage.
Yeah, we throw all the food scraps and stuff. I mean, you don't want to do this with meat, but like any leftover onions or whatever goes out in just the mulch pile. And but like I said, everything else just goes in the trash now.
Nothing like having a dump that you don't have to work that hard at.
I want to get rid of my van seats. I'm not a taxi driver. They just pop right out, but I want to get rid of the van seats, just turn it into a whatever camper hauler type deal.
We got a thing. We got a thing here in our on the computer here in our county that if you got stuff and you just want to give it away, you just take a picture of it and put it in there, and it's free. And people see it, and they'll just come by and pick it up.
Yeah,
just come get it.
Yeah, if you post ads like Craigslist or whatever and say free, throw it out in the front yard. When we moved, you would be amazed what people take. After that, a little pile and you're done.
My ex was a vacuum cleaner crazy person, and we had like 5 vacuum cleaners. And I was like, when are you going to get rid of the vacuum? Well, this way I have one upstairs. This way I have one over here. This is the way I have one over there. This is what I have one. That's not including my shop vac. When she moved out, she didn't take them with her. So I took like 4 of them, put them out at the end of the driveway with a free sign on them. Maybe an hour went by. They were gone. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just somebody comes by and picks them up, and that's it. And there's a moving company that is out on the main road going out of here out to the highway. And it's a moving company. And if they have stuff that's in storage, people didn't come and claim it or whatever, they take all that stuff and they put it out there at the end of the entrance to the moving company. And they just leave it there. There's desks, there's file cabinets, there's children's toys and couches and you name it, man. They just put it all out there. And I'll tell you what, only the last couple of days and it's gone. And there's also another place. There's a place down in Silverdale called actually down in Chico, and it's called the Abraham House. And you call them up, and they'll come out with their truck and they'll move it out for you. If you've got furniture or anything like that, they don't care what condition it's in. And they'll come out and they'll get it and they'll put it in their truck and they go and they take it down there. And it's called the Abraham House, and it's a free store, so that people who are, moving or they need a table and chairs, they go in there and they get it. And the only thing that they have down there is that, they say, hey, when you get on your feet and you get a new table chairs, just take these tables and chairs and just bring them back. Somebody else can use them. And, I'll tell you, that's a real good deal. They have an old gym, and that thing is, you got trucks coming in and out of that all day long. Somebody will come in and drop something off. 15 minutes later, somebody will come in and pick it right back up and take off with it.
That's like when we moved down here. We didn't have to use free services, but we went to Salvation Army, because you'll get people that move in, and Jacksonville being a large military area, especially the area that we live. We only live a few feet away from Naval Air Station Jacksonville. So you get people that transferred in, stocked up their house, and then they get moved halfway across the planet, and they just give stuff away or sell it real cheap to Salvation. I don't know if you'd sell it to them, but you donate it. Yeah, and you can go there and get decent. You can find some really good stuff if you go to the right ones. And so
we got the same thing here. A lot of military is moving in, moving out. That's a double-edged sword, though, because some of those people only move in here for 4 years. They sell a house. Somebody else comes in and buys it. They know they're only going to stay here maybe 4 years. They don't do anything to the house. They just turn around and sell it when they leave. Yeah. And meanwhile, this house just degrades because they don't do anything to it. It just degrades and degrades. And and that's the one thing I don't like about having the military here is they're a transient community that comes in. They've got no sense of ownership of this community or anything, and they don't care. They just don't care. They're not. And the same thing with voting in our county taxes. These guys will come in, they'll get stationed here for 4 years. Yeah, something will come along. Free lunch programs. We need more buses. We need, higher, teacher salaries. Whatever. We want to have this, multi-million-dollar bond. They'll vote yes on it because they don't care. They're going to move out of here. They're not going to pay for it. They don't care. Oh, that's a good idea. Sure. Well, yes. I think that's wrong.
Well, like Washington, Florida doesn't have a income tax, and the sales tax is actually it is like within a half a cent of what I was paying in Ohio. So actually, I had state income tax, of course, federal income tax, and then sales tax, property taxes, and all that in Ohio. When I got to Florida, not having to pay that, not having to pay state income tax was, that was great. And we were renting an apartment at the time. Now we have our own place, but still my land taxes, my property taxes aren't anything. Yeah, where we live at, it's nothing now. Those people live out on the friggin' beach, and you probably, it's just like, used to be nobody wanted to live out there 50, 60 years ago. Now, they'll cut your throat just to get that property. But I'm glad I didn't pay those taxes.
I was just a kid when they were building this place up where I live right now, where they're putting the homes in, and the older section was being built in the early to mid 70s. And it's funny because there's a gravel pit out here. It's been shut down. It was Kitsap Sand and Gravel. And my dad would go out there, we'd fill up the truck with gravel to put down on a road, because he had property. He had like 10 acres. Anyway, so I remember coming down here and they were building these homes. They just started this project in here. And I remember my dad looking at me going, can you believe that people will pay $300 a month to live there? $300 a month. Nowadays, that's your cell phone and your internet, Dad. Yeah. But I remember him saying that, he leaning over the truck. Can you believe that people are actually paying $300 a month to live like this? Like,
yeah, and property was probably what, $500 an acre, maybe less.
You know what? My dad bought the 15-acre patch of land that he had. He bought it from a guy that he knew as a kid. You know, I mean, he grew up. He knew the guy the guy lived. You know, been living there all his life. And my dad went over there and knocked on the door and talked to Oliver. And Oliver looked at him and said, "Well, Cliff, I actually been waiting for you. So you want that property out there? I'll tell you what. Yeah, put it right there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just put it right there." He paid for 15 acres. He paid $4,000.
Oh hell.
$4,000 for 15 acres.
That's amazing.
Yeah, put it right there, Cliff. Yeah, I'm waiting for you. You know? Yeah, you bet. And yeah, he just went down to the bank and got a loan, and poof, here you go, Oliver. Here's your money. That's it. Handshake. They made it legal. I mean, he signed a deed over to the land.
Yeah.
And then what my dad did is the strip of property where he had the house from end to end, he owned. He paid $1 for that. That was his land. Nobody could take it away from him. And then the 2 sections on each side was the rest of the 15 acres. And that's what he owed the money on. So if
Right.
he ever defaulted, they couldn't take his land because he owed that outright. You know, yeah, he fixed them. Oh yeah, he fixed them. Yeah, sure.
There
Go
we
ahead
go.
and default. I'm defaulting on my loan, but you can't kick me off the property because I own this. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, yeah, he bought it for
Now-
$1.
What
He told
was that, Uncle Jim?
he was like, you know, Oliver, you know, he was like down with it. He was like, yeah, we'll do that.
Tactical Rabbit mentioned a motion sensor, and I had one right next to me here.
Oh, okay, for not falling down the steps. Okay.
This one's a driveway motion sensor. I put it out when I think UPS is coming. I just put this out, and it'll let me know in the reloading room that somebody's here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know,
That's why it's on board.
you know, Kurt needs to come on. He ain't
Yeah.
doing anything. What is it, Saturday night? I mean, come on, Kurt. You know,
Where's
come on.
Miss?
You need- and same thing with Pat. Where's Pat?
Well, Kyle is 10 minutes away. This is supposed to be a short chat. Where's Mrs. 10
You
minutes?
know, how that turns out. You know how that turns out. I come, you know, you usually have your guest Andy, or you have, you know, other people, you know, another guy on. Then I come on, and then the next thing you know, by about I don't know 7 o'clock, next thing you know, all these other guys come on, and the next thing you got a full house, and then the next thing you know, it's 4:30 in the morning. You're like, guys, we're just gonna have to cut this off, you know.
Okay. Now,
It's
I'm
great.
a week that was on last
It's
Saturday
great.
night. Well, technically, I guess it was Sunday morning where he was, but yeah. So,
You know, Jim, I'm going to tell you something. It's not a fact that you have the live chat. It's like you're opening up your home to us. You know, it's like we're all just showing up at the door, and we walk in, we clear off a spot on the couch, and we sit down, and you know, I mean, it's great. It is. You got a great chat here. You really do. You got a fantastic. You really do.
My Sunday mornings are shot.
Yeah.
There she is.
Oh.
Mrs. Tin Man is here. Phew.
I'll tell you what, Kurt, don't let her get away from you, man. She's not going to last out long out there. She sounds like a winner, man. Yeah, sounds like a winner, dude. Keep after you.
Hey, it's fun. So yep, Mrs. Tin Man is here now officially.
Wow, chessboard. $15,000. We could have bought Kent Island. Wow, Chesapeake Bay.
Yeah, buses they sent the electric chainsaws down south to clear trees, but they have no electric.
Oh no.
Like, who thought of that?
Kurt,
Huh?
you need to come on. Your wife is going to get after you and say, "Get in there and talk to those guys. Come on now, quit, let's go around. Get in there and start talking to those guys."
Okay, Mrs. Tinman, how did you feel about the house getting torn down? Did it give you a weird feeling or not? Your hubby didn't care, but I'm wondering. Just wondering.
I don't know. I think for a woman it would be kind of hard because she probably remembers painting the kids' rooms and here's the driving through it, and that can be kind of emotional.
Well, here's the funny thing was their daughter threw a toy and broke a window.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
She broke a window that was really hard to replace. It was a custom window, and all those memories are gone now.
Yep.
So I'm just wondering if it felt weird or you carry on. I don't know.
It'd be kind of weird. Have Miss Tin Man on.
I know. We're supposed to do
that. She could go ahead and disguise herself or whatever and be on the chat. And, maybe 5 minutes, and then poof, she's gone.
Well, we were going to do a husband and wife chat. What did we call it? Anyway, it had a funny name to it.
Couples night.
Where they rip on the hubbies, but we're going to have to do that. Yeah.
Well, here's an example of that. We've always said, "Oh, this gun I'll never sell. It's my yet." And then 5-10 years maybe, and it's like, "Oh, actually, I like that gun just a little bit more," and we wind up getting rid of it. Well, that's the same thing with houses and cars and everything else. Yeah.
What was really hard was that when we sold our last house, we weren't completely done moving out. And we went out there to do just the final thing and get a few boxes and stuff that we had in the living room. And we went out there and I still had the key to the place, but so did the guy that went and bought it from me. And when we went in there, they had started moving their stuff in. And my wife went and looked at my daughter's old room, and she seen that the woman started setting it up for, her kids. And man, she wasn't right for the rest of the day.
Right.
I mean, we were out in the car and she was crying. She was like, "Oh," it was like, "Look, we bought a new house," So that was really tough on my ex. That was really tough. And you know what? My ex did a lot of things so that I don't have any hard feelings towards her. I loved her at one time in my life, and in a way I still do. The thing is that we had some good times, but we really had some bad times, and there were some other times that weren't necessarily wasn't necessarily anybody's fault. It was making us both crazy, And I don't want a sermon or anything like that, or come across from a morals compass, or people say, "Well, God hates divorce." Well, yeah, that's true. He hates it, but he allows it. He allows it. He doesn't want you to stay with somebody who makes you nuts.
God also hates murder.
Somebody who makes you absolutely crazy, or you find out that person's crazy and they're making you crazy, and then now you're in a horrible existence with that person. He didn't want you to go through that.
That's like there's probably still love in my brain for my ex-wife. She's passed on now, but we were divorced a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as goes, I still really don't like her very much anymore. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's
there's certain things, there's certain rocks that got thrown that that they left bruises that you're not gonna ever get over.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you know what? Like I said, hey, if you really love somebody, and they look at you and say, "Hey, it's really going to make me happy to move to Italy, and I'm going to get this new job and everything like that. And I'm never going to see you again." If you really love that person, you just look at them and say, "Well, I hope you have a good life and everything." You have to love somebody enough to never see them. And you have to let
as
go.
far as my ex goes, I was hoping she'd have a good life and whatnot. And I just, if I never saw her again, ever again, or talked to her ever again in my life, okay, that's no loss as far as
And Roland, you know exactly what I'm talking about here too. There's a classification of guys that get married, and then they stay married for about 3 or 4 years, have a couple of kids, and then they get divorced. And then that guy, from that point on, with the child support and everything, it goes through this situation of post-marriage syndrome, and it's horrible. And that's a stage in life that guys go through. God, it tears my guts out seeing what some of the guys have to go through. Paying child support to the point where they have to move back in with their mom and dad, and yet they're family wage earners. You know what I'm saying? The courts just take them to the cleaners. It's terrible.
We didn't have any children to worry about, so I mean, there's that aspect. So we didn't have to worry about that so much. And just like I said, we went ahead and eventually wound up breaking up and getting the divorce, and she went on her merry way. I went on my merry way. And well, technically I was already, Susan and I were already together when I finally got the actual divorce done. So, but it was I just didn't want to spend the friggin' $300 at the courthouse. Yeah. So then Susan said, "Well, we're not going to continue seeing each other until you get divorced." I'm like, okay.
Hobbies. You were saying, if you could just go out in the ocean and see what's on the bottom of the ocean, you're probably going to find a couple of flat freezers with holes punched in them with chains around them. Somebody decided to go fishing. Yeah, never seen her. Came home. She didn't take anything with her, and she was gone. That was the explanation. Whatever happened to your wife? I don't know. We're still looking for her. Sure. Sure they are. Were you just driving away with a flat freezer? Yeah.
So bad.
That is. Some things are left to be meant. Some things are meant to be at the bottom of the ocean. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, I'm horrible. I'm a hard, skewed, angry.
Lois, we did a survey earlier on houses. When you retire, how many houses? 1, 2, or 3? When you before you finally settle in. I can't
Okay. A little complicated for me, so let's buckle up, get your coffee in you. The first place I lived in was my grandparents' house, and the state took it over to build a road. So then I had a place in a town called St. Clairsville, Ohio. Then eventually I bought a place. There was a couple other apartments and stuff. But Vicky and I had a place in Jerusalem, Ohio, which was my first official house that I was buying. That wasn't a rental or something like that. I bought with the idea of I wanted the land just like the Tin Man's buyer has. It was a nice little spot to have. So then Vicky and I, we break up and get our divorce taken care of, and so had the original house, and then tore that down. And this is after Susan and I had been married for a couple of years. We bought a double wide and put it on a concrete foundation. And the full basement was going to be my gun room. And if I need to cut a piece of wood once a year, I was going to have a little bit of a wood shop in there. We lost that when everybody else was losing their houses. I went to work every day, but loads weren't paying shit. And so we eventually lost everything. And I told Susan when we met that if anything ever went bad for us, we'd just move to Florida because this is where she was living at when I met her. Got down here, and then we bought this place. So, this is, might as well say, my third house.
Okay.
And if somebody, whenever the people, the realtors call saying, hey, we're interested in buying your house, I tell them, you give me $750,000, you can have the house, the land, the mineral rights, the shed, the lawnmowers, the guns, the Jeeps, everything. And you add an extra $50 there, you can even have the friggin' dogs. Houses are just like guns; they come and go. So if I get a job offer out in, say, I don't really want to live on the West Coast again, but say in Arizona, I get a job offer. Okay, I'm there, or Alaska, whatever. Houses are just transitory places. As long as it has plenty of land. And I don't mind a major reboot every once in a while, anyways. So it's just an open number. This may be my last house, or I may have 10 more before I die. Who knows?
All right. So you're on 3. That's where we bottomed out. Some were 2, some people were 2, some were 1, and I was saying by the time you retire, you'll probably be on your 3rd house. That was my theory, but it's blown to hell after this chat. Anyway.
Well, like I said, I may be here. We may be in this house for the next 50 years. It's just, but I don't get too emotionally attached to too much, to stuff. I try not to, anyways.
It's just about settling for good. I'm done type deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always, like I said, if a fantastic job comes up somewhere, okay, I'll move. Like I was up Scranton, Pennsylvania earlier this week. It's nice and cool fall. I'm from Ohio, but it's still the same general region type area and weather, and I was just like homesick. Just the homesickness to be back in the woods and have a country place. We're in the country here, but the high today was 80 degrees. The high up there was 60. The last time I was up there. So there's always that nostalgia, part of me. Plus, I haven't seen everything yet. I'm always open.
You said Scranton? That's where Biden's from, isn't it?
Where I go to, I come off of Interstate 81, make a left onto President Joe Biden Expressway, drive down to the job site and park. Ironically, Thursday when I was doing that, and I just go right through downtown Scranton. Well, this time when I was doing that, President Trump was holding a rally, and about 10 minutes after I went through downtown, they shut the did you get a Under Mifflin shirt? No.
What is that?
I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know what that is either. All right.
But so the Trump rally was on President Joe Biden Expressway, or right there in the general area. I could hear the concerts, and I could almost hear it. You when the wind was right, you'd hear the music and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
But ironically. So I'll be back up there this coming Thursday, or if I do everything right, I'll be up there Wednesday. And then and everything better go the way it is planned, because that's my mortgage payment for this month.
All right, guys, gotta go to bed.
All right, Julio. Thanks for coming on. Think about Halloween. The last week before Halloween, whatever day that is. Think about it if you can.
Okay.
And you do a background here. It's easy. Look at that.
Yeah.
How do you do that, anyways?
Huh?
Well, we'll let Ocean get done. Then I didn't mean to interrupt like that. But tell me how you did that.
Okay, anyone on here, when you're on StreamYard, you can click on your settings and then click on visual background. You have options. So click on settings, visual background, and just pull up a picture that's on your computer or whatever and slap it on there. You can check it.
Okay.
Yeah. Kyle needs a rickshaw background. Yes. Kyle with a rickshaw.
Would it be virtual background?
Huh? Yeah. Let's see. Settings, virtual background. Yeah, it's right there at the bottom of your controls. And you can look at it and edit it first. And when you're on, you can double check it. And I found that out from Andy. I thought you needed a screen in the background, but this works great. Except for you have black spots when you move around too fast or fall down the stairs.
Fall down the stairs, that's right. Yeah, okay.
All righty. Good night.
All right, Julio, love you. Thanks for coming on, buddy. We're going to shut her down.
All right. Okay.
Well,
Okay, good night.
Thanks
I think
for coming
Kyle's-
on.
All right, you're welcome.
I think Kyle's going to want to come on, so I'm going to bounce off too. So, I'll see you guys later. And thanks, Jim, for letting me in. And it's been a good chat. A lot of good subjects, covered a lot of ground. It's great. So I'll see you guys later. I'll probably
Okay.
hang out in the chat a bit.
Okay, we'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
Okay, take care, Thursday.
Okay.
Yes, chessboard. I just got the email. It's a medal. Civil War Veteran Grand Army of the Republic, 1861. I wonder if I can. Yeah, I can show this. No, I can't. I'm on virtual. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, you can see the medal right there. When you get a virtual thing, it's hard to post. All right, it's a picture of a medal, 1861 to 1866. That's pretty cool. I just can't show it with this background here. That's the problem with the thing. All right, yes, I got the email. That's pretty cool.
And ironically, this room is painted in a almost green screen color.
There
I
you
don't
go.
know if whoever had the house before me did some kind of stuff where they used the green
Yeah,
screen.
wave your arms real fast.
Oh yeah, no, I still get the
I know, but it's better than having to put a screen up. And
yeah,
that's
I
why
know, right?
that's why I never tried it, because I thought, oh, it's going to be hokey. But hey, from now on, it's game on.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot more entertaining than just seeing the
Yeah, I clicked on a sample and it shows you in a really nice living room and all that.
Mhm.
No, I don't want that. I want her. I want
Yeah,
this. Are you kidding? I want that. Why am I pointing the wrong direction?
yeah, it's
Anyway.
I'm trying to figure all this stuff out. So, and yeah, no, that actually looks pretty good. I like that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, because I thought Andy a couple weeks ago had his done up like that, and I was like, oh, I wonder where the hell he did that.
yeah, he did it last week, and I always thought you needed a curtain behind you. And then after he did his, I'm like, all right, we're gonna have a new one every week.
Mm-hmm.
And be very afraid. Be very afraid.
Yeah, Halloween's coming. I'm very scared about what we're going to do then. So, and then,
Yeah. So the Halloween chat will be after next Saturday. It'll be the next one, I think. So it's like 5 days before Halloween, whatever the last Saturday is.
right.
We'll do a Halloween chat. But this is great. You can do Halloween background. You can do Christmas. I love it. I love it a lot.
Well, these are the woods in my backyard, and that little box over there, if you can see it, that's a box I have set up, and I'll run out there every once in a while, and run a mag or two through. I'm sorry, clip to piss off all the pedantic people. Anyways, I'll run a couple mags through and shoot in the box, and then eventually I'll collect all the. Anyways, what I want to do, and either get Susan or if I really have my way, get Susan and her two nieces and get them put on like just white gowns, like the old fashioned Victorian type, just a white.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then just have them do up their faces with like, the black eyes and stuff, standing there in the woods right around sunset, and just, have them do a creep picture like that.
Okay, we got James Pullard here. He's a little perverted. He wants bikini chicks in the background.
Oh, okay. Shit. Give me a minute. That's neat.
Geez. We've had enough trolls on here to satisfy you, James. Oh, no. I know you use one chick for the end of your videos. She's pretty hot.
If anybody's looking for that kind of that kind of stuff, you go on to, it's called Upsplash or Unsplash. And there's just all kinds of free photographs. It's not just bikini girls. There's just all kinds of stuff there, and it's Creative Commons type stuff. It's called Unsplash, UNSPLASH, and people just upload stuff for others to use as to use in their videos and whatnot. And it's done, the idea is that everybody just shares it, and there's no, they ask that you do give credit and stuff, but you're not required to. So there's, and let's see where are we at. Let's see.
James, you don't find her appealing on mine? You don't find her appealing? James. This is not sexy to you, James? No? Is it the teeth?
Let's see.
Jeez, James. Oh, we have Pat.
Hello, Jim.
He's in communist North Korea or China. Oh. Pat, are you in North Korea or China right now?
Oh, shit. Hold on. That's North Korea.
North Korea? Yeah.
Yep.
That's freaking hilarious.
This is all I could pull up in a hurry. I'd get stripper poles in the background if it gave me an hour.
Oh, so bad. Where are you at, Kyle? I'm ready to ditch out of here soon. So, Kyle, you better get your ass on here. I only have so much Red Bull. I've had a long day, okay? I only have so much left. Not much. And I don't drink this stuff. Oof. That's funny, Pat. That's funny, Pat. You come on with a bunch of commies.
I went to a Oriental market today with Sylvia, and we got a bunch of cooking stuff that we needed. But they had, you know how they got the Snapple girls over at Costco? You know, over there they had women with like, try the noodles, love you a long time, happy ending. I mean, they were pushy as hell. But oh, okay. Tin Man's saying I hope he ate some food.
Oh, I know. I asked my son if he had an energy drink. I didn't have a nap. I'm tired. And it works, but oof. Tastes like pig swine piss. I don't know.
Oh, Sylvia hates the smell of this stuff.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. Smells like pig swine. I don't know. It keeps you awake, though. I was ready to take a nap before the chat, and I'm still here.
Yeah.
There you go.
You're going to be staring at the ceiling at midnight, you know.
I don't get much sleep anyway. Yeah.
Anyway.
Kyle.
We're all just another brick in the wall. Let me turn the light on.
That's hilarious. All right, we're all doing it. Yes, the chats are going to be. Yes, the chats are much improved now with backgrounds. We can express ourselves. Yes.
Mine's awful blotchy.
Don't move around too much. Rehab tea drinks. I don't know.
But those monster rehab drinks are terrible for you.
Yeah, I have 2 cup of coffees in the morning, but I had to ask my son, you got an energy? He luckily had one left over. Just keep me awake tonight for this chat.
I got to email myself some pictures.
Yeah, you got it. That's what I did for this girl here, this gorgeous woman in my background here.
Is that what you call her?
Oh, yeah. You can't beat a good redhead with teeth. Oh, yeah. And good makeup.
And Wallace, I'm telling you, that's a hell of a knot that she's got on that bikini top. I'd just take a knife to that thing. Did you see this thing?
No, the knot.
Yeah.
For a second there, I thought you said nut, and I was like, wait a minute, what's he saying that I'm not?
Guns water likes Asian women, I guess. All right.
Well, it has nothing to do with Asian. It's just women.
I got to think about that milk earlier. That's probably where they came from.
I noticed the Asian. There's different, women's out there, and I just, boom, Asian. Yeah.
I have more sexy Asians in my background than he does.
I know, but they all have fake boobs. They all have fake boobs because Asians don't have those boobs. Okay, I'm sorry. They have boy boobs. I'm sorry. Let me just state facts. Boy boobs, boy butts.
Okay, I am old enough now that any boob is good boob. There's no bad boobs. Boobs are great.
Fortunately, I've never been. I never judged a woman by her boob side. So
no,
I'm not going to say who it was, But when I met this one chick, she was almost flat chested. So, and that was perfectly fine with me.
I agree with you. I agree with you to a point. But nowadays, you don't know who's who now because of all the EMs and all that. You got to watch out for this stuff. But one thing I know is with the Asian women, and I have nothing wrong. Hey, they're not so voluptuous on the boobage. Okay, it's just a natural thing. Okay, maybe things have changed. Steroids.
But also something else in this. Okay, she's Asian, but is she American Asian? Is she Japanese or like say South Korean Asian? Now these Korean chicks, I assume they're Korean. They're going to be probably pretty darn flat chested.
Okay, she doesn't scream Japanese to me. Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
she's probably from Los Angeles, is where she's probably from, or
yeah, it's not normal though. The breastises they're a little big for nationality. Let's put it that way. And I didn't downgrade any woman with small boobs. Fine.
Nobody's saying you did.
No, I have no problem with that. I'm just saying that looks a little enhanced for nationality. Not that I'm profiling, but that's kind of factual. So, unless things have changed the last 20 years. All right.
Or if there's some way I can shrink my big fat head down a little bit.
She took off her bra and her breast dropped like a hanging. Pat. Now, Pat, I know that you like some boobage, right? You're admit it. You're a boob man. We know it from videos.
Look, my prom date had the biggest boobs in the whole high school. Okay. She was on the water polo team. It was like cheating flotation devices, man. She was up 6 inches higher than anybody else without even kicking.
It comes in handy when you're out on a boat. Yeah.
Yeah. No life preserver necessary. But anyway, no, as I've got older, it's like with anything, all boobs are good boobs. I mean, that, Sylvia will ask me, look at the set on that one over there, and I'd say, they ain't mine.
I agree. Just don't remind me of a boy, okay? And then we're fine. All right. Boobs and butts have to have a little something there. I'm sorry. All right. The 80s when the 90s when they got really skinny. Yeah. Late 80s, they started getting real skinny.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. What happened to society here? All right. I'm done. All right. I like a difference. Kyle, there's your logo. All right.
Yeah, he's muted. He must be talking to somebody.
I don't know what he's doing, Kyle. It's actually fun, though. I like people expressing themselves in the background.
You can almost see the point.
You go visit Japan, you're going to see half that, okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. I have no problem.
Though, Jim, I don't know. They've been eating good now for 60 years?
They do have a lot of Kentucky Fried Chickens over there. From
yeah.
No, it's that Kobe beef they started eating. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's Big Macs instead of like your raw fish. They, they can get some hootage.
Yeah, but it used to be half that, and we're talking like nickel nips. I'm sorry. Oh, did I say that? Oh, no silver dollars there. Okay, you won't get silver dollars in Japan. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Why did I even? It's a live chat, and Uncle Jim gets carried away again.
Little Miss Susie's probably waiting on the other side of the door with a friggin' baseball bat right now.
She won't be offended if she has silver dollars. All right. I'm sorry. I had new guys, young guys I work with, and they're like, ooh. And they like the penny in the nickel, and the nothing. And I'm like, no, give me a silver dollar big boobed woman every time. And they're like, oh, that's so gross. And I'm like,
I wouldn't go that far, but
look through history. Are you kidding me? This is a recent thing. Why are you guys all screwed up in the head? Anyway,
well, really, if you think about it in history, most women would be almost flat chested just because nourishment meant. I used to be able to speak English really well. That most cultures had to endure most of the time. It wasn't until after they started making babies then they well,
if you go through history, voluptuous was the thing until you got to what was it, the late 80s, mid 80s. Then they started, making boys, but whatever.
Well, voluptuous was a thing because that meant that the person was coming from wealth. They were coming from they had money to either buy food or they were successful farmers. Why don't you get women trolls? You get the weird words. So, but Bill Crabtree, had his three daughters out in the plowing the fields along with the sons. And
how do we get on these subjects? Did I start this? I think so.
No, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Nowadays I'm looking for like one of those Ukrainian women who can like put an engine block on their shoulder. That's the kind of woman I'm looking for.
Hey, I like them all. Just don't be if you're a boy, I got a problem. Okay, there's a problem there. No boy butts, no boy boobs. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have to worry about experiencing, a mistaken identity like that because I plan to live a long time, and Susan's going to be stuck with me for a long time. She's not going to see my insurance money.
I'm just saying, there was a time recently where everyone was anorexic, and I was like, no, that's wrong. That's bad. All right. What was the movie? Oh, it was Kingpin, where he laughed and he said she can't have more than 7 babies with those bearing hips. Yeah, it was Kingpin, the Amish dude. All right.
Wow.
Yeah, we went too far tonight, and we'll probably get banned from YouTube for whatever. And now you have TikTok with bearded girls. What the hell is going on in this world? Stay away from TikTok, people. Never been there, but I've seen videos on YouTube from TikToks, and it's disgusting. What's going on in this world?
Well, the biggest thing about TikTok isn't even so much the chicks with dicks or anything. It's the it's owned by the Chinese government, and even though Google's almost as evil, the Chinese government really is tracking all kinds of stuff on on your phone with the that's been the whole night, huh?
That's been the whole night, hobo. Chicken feet, pig ears, and boobs. And Pat started it with you started it, actually, Rollis. Well, Pat warmed it up with the North Koreans, and then they're all starving, so obviously they got nothing on there. There's no meat on the bone. And then you go to this, Rollis, and that's...
Oh, yeah, but it was by request.
Did I have my mic muted that whole time and I was just talking to my laptop?
Yes.
Yep.
Cool.
And you lost your background.
I turned it off. It was driving me nuts.
All right. Good to see you, Kyle.
Good to see y'all.
Glad you came on before I tanked out here.
Uh-oh, you on the downward slope?
It's just been a long, rotten day. Electrical on vehicles, I hate it.
Did that switch fix your van?
No, it's the harness. So now we got to rewire some spots.
Oh, sorry about that, Jim.
The hinge door, nightmare. Give me a 60s car with a distributor and a carburetor you can get to in 2 minutes. Take the alternator off and 2 bolts, and you're done. But no, those days are gone. I expect you to die, Mr. Bond.
Goldfinger, right?
Yes. One of my favorites. And Sean Connery preferred a little bit of, just going back to, I'm sorry. Pat's not saying a word. I wonder why.
No, I've said too much. The little woman's right next to me here. She's got her headphones on, but yeah.
Pat, if you're in danger, blink 3 times. I love you guys.
On YouTube, there's a channel or channels called Tom Ghost. They covered the First World War. They went week by week, and they're still in the Second World War, and they've started on the Korean War. So every once in a while, they'll throw up stuff, especially from the Second World War, the old propaganda posters, and of course they'd have the voluptuous, chicks running around,
Okay.
come fight for. Well, right now where I'm at, is come fight for the king, and it's like they got the little hotties running around there.
All right. Well, you brought up a good point. In World War II, have any of our guys did a plane with a woman on the side that looked like a boy? No.
Oh, hell no.
No, hell no. No. And that's the way it's always been until recent times. That's how it's always been until they went.
Well, when it comes to propaganda, you always put the big-titted chicks on there.
Well, they went anorexic in the 90s, but no, up until history, there was an anorexic time, but now we're back. Now they have these fake butts. Have you seen the fake butts on these women now? They're crazy. They're balloons. What the hell is that? Now they went too far. All right.
We're not going to talk about Hungarian asses.
Well, now they're trying to put these huge, how do I describe it? These gigantic bulbous buttocks now. And I think they went too far. They're overcompensating for the anorexic era that we went through in the 90s or whatever.
What they say is Um, a lot of these women with grossly large asses, and it's like, yeah, my butt's no, it's not. No. That's not sexy, and just because you can shake it, when they shake it, when they twerk, if a woman's butt's able to twerk, it's that big, you need to go see a doctor. That taken care of.
Oh Lord, I've walked into a world of shit, haven't I?
How did we get here? Every life we go here towards the end. I don't know. It's whatever you like. Yeah, whatever floats your boat.
Well, but I can't comment. I mean, on pain of death right now, I cannot comment.
Pat, if you're in trouble, tap your right foot twice, blink your left eye once, and give me a thumbs up.
Scratch your left mustache. Your left mustache if you're in trouble. Anyway, whatever floats your boat. If you like skinny boys, okay, that's your thing. I don't care.
Well, you know what? As long as they can bring me a sandwich, I'm pretty good with any size.
Well, my cousin, his way he expresses it, he's I only hook up with skinny chicks because apparently my sperm makes them really fat. So he likes to have at least that first beginnings.
Yep.
Of course, he's repopulating the earth on his own, so more power. I say congratulations to him. Thank you. Apparently, I'm not doing my job very well.
I'm not even going to post that, Thorzax. I'm not posting that. I'm not copying that. I'm not quoting that. Yes, I am. All right. Oh, that's so bad. Bad old book.
Damn.
Anyway, whatever floats your boat.
Water usually floats mine.
I just think women should be a little different than boys. I'm just saying you should be able to identify beard or not nowadays.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the biggest thing is beards on, I don't know what they call themselves now, and makeup. What is going on in this world, people?
Same thing that's been going on for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah.
On your belief system.
I like the blindfold test. You roll over, you feel around, and it's like, oh, that's a woman. Boom, you know the difference. That's my theory. Okay. All right.
Lord.
Yep. You roll over, you feel around, and you get smacked. That's how you can tell it's a woman.
He's got a point.
I don't want to say this out loud, but today my wife grabbed a popsicle out of the refrigerator, a single popsicle, and she put it on my back right when I'm having my first cup of coffee. And I thought, I could get even.
You know what though?
Bad.
No, I'd put up with it on my back if I got to watch her eat it.
I was trying to avoid going down that particular road. I'm looking for. I have a slideshow on my phone. I'll put it up sometime and have some music playing in the background. Just let it run. And there's a photograph in the particular folder that I do the slideshow on of my grandfather standing in front of the bomber that he was a mechanic for when he was stationed in Australia during the Second World War. and I've just never really paid enough attention to see if it has any nose art on it. And now that I'm trying, I probably saw it 100 times this week. You know, just like you said, I just let it play with the music in the background. And here it is. I finally found, yeah, his let me see if I can get that posted up here. But yeah, they have the sexy chick on there. She definitely does not look like a boy.
Look like a what?
She definitely does not look like a boy.
No, most bomber paintings are not boys. You know immediately what's going on. Now, Kevilope is here. I'm not going to quote you on this. I'm not going to quote that.
Actually, you're talking about bomber girls. My grandmother's sister is the girl that was painted on the front of the Enola Gay.
Really?
I shit you not.
Wow.
I've got my grandmother many years ago wrote a diary. It was more for my kids than it was for me, but and she has newspaper clippings and everything, all put in this diary scrapbook kind of thing.
Right.
Yep. My grandmother's sister was on the Enola Gay.
And she was blonde, wasn't she?
Yep.
Let me try and pull that up. Oh, I can't get the picture, though. I see the plane. Where's the picture? I can't get the logo. What the hell? There's no girl on it.
Yes, there is.
I can't find it. It just says Enola Gay on there.
Hang on a minute.
Anyway, most bombers, they knew what was up. Oh, now Kevilope is going after Rollis. What the hell?
What's that?
Kevilope is going after you right now.
Oh, I was looking for something. What was he saying?
No, Kevilope in the side comments is going after you now. I'm not going to quote Kevilope right now.
Yeah,
We've already gone too far already. Anyway, Rollis, you know, end of your video, you always show a girl, right?
Yes.
She is just about perfect. She has got to be perfect. Do you agree? You agree or not? That is not a boy.
Oh no.
We back on this again?
You will never confuse yourself with that picture.
Yeah, no. She'll never be mistaken for a boy.
No, not even a voluptuous soy boy. No, it's not happening.
It's like I've said before. I have no trouble bringing a little bit of sexy back into the sport.
Wait. Why don't you dig up that picture and put it in the background?
Well, first I want to see if I have this other. I want to see if I can get this other picture brought up. And
this chat is going so bad. And look at what I got in the background here. You know, there you go.
Well, yeah,
love.
Somebody has to love the Greek women.
What's not to love right there? A foof.
Oh gosh.
All day.
My sisters are going to kill me if they ever hear me say that stuff.
Pat's not saying a word. I swear he's being monitored right now.
Oh man.
Like I said.
Hey Pat, any advice on the van wiring? Did you see the latest video?
No, I didn't see a video today.
Oh, all right. Well, reply later.
Okay, I'll reply later. But I'm just remembering that the wiring on those was different. The switch was a ground switch and not a hot switch, if I remember right. And
For the door locks.
yeah, so back in the old days, the switch, you hit the lock button, and it closed the switch to hot to actuate the solenoid. But they got it wired where the switch is on the ground side, if I remember right. But
I don't know. All I know is if I pull the door open and yank on the cord in between the door jamb, it'll work. I push it forward, it doesn't work. So we're gonna chop some wires.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Oh,
Okay.
we're gonna follow the switch first. Those colored wires.
did you put in the switch in first?
We're gonna chop, solder, and use the heat shrink, and just follow that switch wire first. If not, it's more than that.
Okay, children, be sure to tune in next week when Uncle Jim teaches us some new cuss words.
Boom!
Yeah.
Wait till this van catches on fire, people.
And shoot anybody that runs up with a fire extinguisher.
I can remember not too long ago you were talking about how that's the greatest van you've ever owned, or the greatest vehicle, because it's 4-wheel drive and whatnot.
No, it's my dad's van, and it's the most awesome van in the snow. It's not like minivans. It's on a truck chassis, S10 or whatever. And it's not like Mama's minivans. This thing is a truck, a mini truck.
Right.
And that's what makes it special. And I think they should be making shit like that instead of the crap they're making now.
Right.
I just watched a video. 20 of the newest cars you should avoid like the plague. And it's like almost every brand. And
Yep.
what the hell is going on now manufacturing? They're all garbage. They don't even go 60,000 miles without problems.
I saw where Chevy, at least in my area, the new, I think it's the Chevy Blazer EV. We all know what that stands for. They are leasing them for $250 a month, which tells me they can't even give the things away.
Right. Exactly.
And they have the mini Bronco where the engine just totally sucks. So you pay all that money. I love the old Broncos. You pay all that money for a mini Bronco, and it just total crap before 60,000 miles. Your car.
Now, I haven't driven one. I haven't even been inside one, but I do like the full-size Broncos that are,
Yeah.
Those look like they're kind of nifty, but
I always wanted a late 60s Bronco, but good luck with that nowadays. They're so freaking collectible. You can't even play with them now. Yep. But you'd be amazed. It's across the board. Every brand almost. I think Toyota was okay, and I think Honda was okay. Every other car in the top 20 garbage new 2024 cars, every brand sucked.
They haven't noticed yet.
Well, I'm not paying that kind of money anyway. So,
Pat knows what I'm talking about.
oh, sorry. I barked when you when you took your pants off. What? Took your pants off? What? Well, that brings up another thing. I'm sorry for taking off my underwear in live chats. Mrs. Tin Man eggs me on, and I have to show what underwear I'm wearing for the night. I'm not going to do that anymore, even though I'm wearing a really nice pair right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. No, we're not. No, I'm not doing it.
Oh my God.
But yes, no more underwear shots. And she went to bed anyway, so she didn't know I'm talking about it. So. No, not giving up the underwear anymore.
Hey, Jim, I've got my Dr. Zink jacket on.
Doctors, yeah, I have a robe just like that in blue.
Love it.
Yeah, I got a robe just like that. We got to do robe night.
Robe night. I'll wear one of Angel's.
I was gonna say I'd have to wear one of Susan's, and she really doesn't even have any robes.
All right, Pat, say something.
I love my little woman. I love her dearly.
Oh, we know he's close. We know he's on the firing line right now, and she can't hear us. So
Right. So I'm wearing the headphones, but she hears everything I say.
I know.
And now she's looking at him going, so what are you talking about over there?
Yep. And the problem is she can rerun this thing and watch it. So yeah, you got to be careful.
No. I'm lucky that way. She's hopeless with buttons. She'd never, yeah. It'd be like 3 hours of slaving over a hot remote for her to get here.
Oh, by the way, Pat, I've been enjoying. Go ahead. What?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I said, by the way, I've been watching older movies on YouTube, and I've been enjoying the crap of it. The last one I saw the other night was with Sean Connery. I never thought this movie existed. It was 1964, so he was doing James Bond, but it was totally different. He was the son of a rich guy, and he's trying to get the inheritance. And, it was pretty good. I liked that, and it was like almost like Alfred Hitchcock directed it, but he didn't. And it had an interesting ending at the end, so I enjoyed that one. You know, I have to go to sleep to movies, and Sean Connery, 64. I swear he was James Bond by then. And he was just the rich kid trying to get the inheritance. And not a maid, a nurse comes in, and that's how the movie goes. It's pretty cool. Yeah. All the new movies are crap. You go watch a new movie today, garbage, crap. No acting, no good women's, nothing. This had everything. Yeah.
Well, I was looking through YouTube movies, and I've saved a couple. So what I found yesterday was Smokey and the Bandit is available for free. And,
Seen that? Yeah.
Well, another one that was the Fallen with Denzel Washington.
Wait a minute. Oh my God.
Don't. I can't believe you got him started. Son of a bitch.
No.
No, don't even say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Move along.
Don't say Zardoz.
God almighty.
Okay.
On,
So,
Vegan. You know what I'm talking about. Zardoz is about the future.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go again.
Wait, let me talk about this. Zardoz was made in what, 1970 earlier? It goes to the future. There's no men left. I want you to listen to this carefully, vegan. There's no men left. They're all soy boys. All right? They're all and the women can't stand it. They can't reproduce. And here comes along Zardoz with a hairy chest, and he can fulfill every one of them. And that's the great thing about this movie. It actually came true because you know what's in the water. Everyone's a soy boy now. They can't even start a lawnmower. And here comes Sean Connery to save the day with all these women in the future. They came from a book from the Wizard of Oz, Zardoz. Just watch the movie. Maybe you'll get it someday. It's the future, and they told it 50 years before it happened, and now this is what we're dealing with. We have nothing but soy boys out there now. They're not men. They can't fix a lawnmower. They're just googly men out there that aren't men. We were talking about women early. It's ooh, all right.
See, I follow directors. That's a Boorman movie. The guy who did like Excalibur. I'd have to look up for some of the rest, but every movie he ever did was good.
Every movie who did?
The director, Boorman.
Oh, yeah. No, Zardoz actually came true in the future. All the men were rainbows, and the women, they had nothing until they saw this guy, this man with testosterone in his blood comes to see them, and they're like, oh my God, they're all rubbing them, they're all over them. Oh yeah, you gotta watch. And the movie is so sick. And they said it would ruin Sean Connery's career, and he said, I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. Yeah, and that's what I like about Sean Connery. He didn't give 2 Fs. That's what I like about Sean Connery. He didn't give 2 Fs. Same with John Wayne. The press got all over him. He didn't give 2 Fs. He's going to tell it like it is. And I got to give credit. All right.
We need topics in the side chat, please.
I'm not a soy boy, but I did put gas in the oil filter on my lawnmower. Why would oil filter on a lawnmower? There's no oil unless you got a tractor.
No, he said filter or filler, not filter.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Damn autocorrect.
Okay. All right, hey, vegan, why don't you come your ass on here? You came on as a secret guy last time. I know you're the same guy. Why don't you just come on here? We can talk about it. Anyway, don't diss Zardoz. It was way ahead of its time. It blew me away as a teenager, and it talked about the future, which is happening right now. We have men out there that are soy boys. They are this close to being a girl. That's how close they are. And it's because of I don't know what it is, water, fluoride. I don't know what's making them do this, but it's crazy town out there right now. You got bearded men dressing like women. What? What is going on in this world? I'm not drunk enough to handle the truth. We can go there. We can have a little.
No, read the next comment.
Yeah, we can have a little drink off if you want to go there. Okay, vegan, just come on here. I know who you are. You put a hat on last time. You're the same guy. I figured it out last week, but I was drinking too much. Oh, there you go. Kyle, do something. All right.
Look at these pretty fishing weights. Aren't those pretty? Yeah, fishing weights. Yeah. All I got to do is bore a hole through it and somebody, come on.
Hey, this is what I love about the chats. We go anywhere. We talk about anything. We can fight about stuff. I don't care. I love it. We got stuff when they started packaging everything in plastic instead of lead. Yeah. I was watching a live stream earlier, and a guy was like, yeah, I always wash my hands after I pee. Who nobody said they wash their hands after they pee.
Maybe it was another live stream.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He's watching another live stream. I will do it after sex. Yes. Because I use, you guys know, I use coconut oil. Anyway. All right. It's greasy.
And I know he doesn't wash his hands after he pees because, we've had him putting his initials out in the front lawn. No stop to the bathroom when he comes back to the camera. No.
Yeah. Yeah, my poor laptop here probably has pee fingerprints all over because I pee at least 3 times in a live chat in the backyard. Oh, Mrs. Tin Man's still here. I got to get down to her quote. Oh my God, Uncle Jim, LOL. Well, hey, I'm sorry. I'm like Zardoz. I'm old school.
Oh God.
But I don't have the big hairy chest. I just got a few. What do you call it? Yeah. No.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know. Patriot Paul is still here. Kyle, Uncle Jim says his fishing weights work best when he only drills a hole part way through. I don't get that one.
Hollow point fishing weights.
Oh, no, you don't use fishing.
Just continue.
Okay, all right. I need a drink. I have to put the fire flash after. Oh my gosh. Mrs. Tin Man, I'm telling you, try it. It's natural.
Oh my God, we got Uncle Diddy up there.
Mrs. Tin Man, I know Tin Man's been giving me crap. Just try coconut oil natural. You can eat it, you can cook with it, but best of all, it's the best. I'm just saying. Believe me, I go through jugs of it this big. Believe me. And that's not for eating.
Talking about Diddy, I don't particularly care for the idea of playing any of his sex parties, but I want to try this formula, this Viagra, cocaine, and whatever else that they were using, where they're doing these parties for like 3 days.
No, he was using horse tranquilizer in baby oil.
Well, yeah, but they're also doing something where they're taking Viagra, cocaine, and something else, and going at it for like 3 days at a time.
Yeah, I know. They're crazy. They're crazy. But baby oil is the last thing you want to use. That's bad. Coconut oil, all natural. You can eat it. It doesn't hurt the girlies. Okay, it's
It's
awesome.
because of the background I'm using.
Talk to anybody that knows coconut oil. Oh my gosh, people.
I prefer shea butter.
KY is like sticky. KY sucks. It's coconut oil. I'm telling you, people, take it from experience, okay? And jugs. Anyway, all right.
Sesame seed oil is also good.
Coconut oil, it works for everything, but don't dip out of the same container if you're eating with it.
Well, I mean, yeah.
No, you don't.
It
You
depends
don't want
on exactly what you're eating.
You don't want to cross contaminate, okay? Because there can be sea hairs and stuff in it, okay? And all right. How did we get here? Oh my God, we got even worse.
Oh Lord.
Gosh, I broke 3 condoms in Mexico using. No,
Oh yeah, it says right on the package not to use Vaseline on your condoms.
that's a petroleum product. You do not use that if you like who you're with. No, that's bad. No petroleum. Hey, I hope we give an education to some people down there so they don't look like that cat. Vaseline is terrible. Baby oil.
Ass hair in your pancake.
You
God,
want natural. You want a natural product that you could eat. Okay. Oh my gosh, people. Petroleum products, that's disgusting. P-spot. Okay, well, I got several spots. People on here know I have spots all over the place. Okay, I have no one spot. Okay, Cranky is back. What is going on? Hey, Cranky, I'm glad you're back from the scans in the hospital. I'm glad you're doing okay. I'm surprised you're up this late.
You don't want to know, Cranky.
Cranky, you don't want to know what you know how the chats go. Cranky knows. He knows how the chats go. It lubes bullets too. I don't want, wait a minute. I don't want to know, Cranky. Yeah, but she totally avoided the subject of coconut oil. Look it up. Try it. Get a little bit and just try it. And you'll come back and thank me. You'll say, oh my God, that was so awesome.
Guns and Water wants to have a lube night, chat.
Sounds like you already are.
I'm trying to quote it here. How did we get to this spot? I'm trying to educate people out here.
Use Lee's liquid Alox.
No. Do you know how cheap a full jug of coconut oil is? And as long as you don't cross-contaminate, you can cook with it, you can do anything.
Jim's got it broken down by the squirt.
Coconut oil is the best. You probably get vitamins while you're doing it, okay? It's just that good. Phew. What am I, the ShamWow guy trying to sell a product? Oh, whatever.
Wow. No, I use a lot of coconut oil. I mix it with beeswax for the greased cookies on the Martini Henry, but that's as far as it goes.
Oh, Tin Man's young enough not to have to. No. That's because Tin Man has small hands. Enough said? Enough said? Oh, okay. All right. All right. You know what they say about small hands and feet.
You wear small gloves and socks.
Continuing. See these monsters? Oh, yeah. Continuing. Oh. I love live chats. I don't give a crap what people think. Still cranky. I love the comments too. Oh.
Hell. Anybody want some dog toys? Just come get them.
Okay, Tin Man. All right. All right.
Oh, Jesus.
This is so bad. This has gone so bad. Anyway, some people will get it. Somebody, if there's one person out there, they're going to try it. They're going to go to the store and say, oh, in the produce section, we have coconut. We have coconut oil, coconut. I'll try that. All right. And then you get this right there. See the look on her face? Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
How do we get here? I don't know. I don't care. I don't care.
A little bit ago, I was hearing gunshots. Probably about what would be the equivalent of about 2 blocks over. All the time. But it's always that I heard 2 or 3 shots, now I'm not hearing anything. Is that because they're done or because there's bodies laying off in the yard?
Well, it depends if you're rural or city. If it's city, I would think someone got.
Yeah. Oh no, we're rural enough where, like I said, it's my understanding. I'm not a lawyer, so if you live in Florida and you do this, you might get yourself in trouble. If you have over an acre it's legal to shoot on your land if you can do it safely. So, like I said, I have a little spot in the back where I can do 10-yard, 10 yards. And like I said, it's just when it happens at 11 o'clock at night, you get.
Vegan, no. Bad, no. I'm pretty hygienical, actually. I'm kind of a hygienical guy. I don't know. It's hard to tell with shots, but I think I can hear Pat. Okay. He's shaking his head. All right, guys. I'll be right back. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. If I have another one of these, it's getting worse, people.
Oh, if we're going to go down that road, get to the mini.
Hey, at least I didn't show my underwear tonight, okay? I put it.
Well, the night's not over yet, so I'm not putting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make any.
Yeah.
Any.
I don't know if Mrs. Tin Man was here, but I promised I wouldn't show my underwear ever again. So there we go. I'm not taking off my undies anymore until you people come back with the coconut reviews. All right. I'll be right back. And I'm in my underwear. Okay.
Jesus. I'm getting to the point where I'm going to have to go find me something to eat.
We had spaghetti for dinner.
I might eat some more of this cheese dip that I made in the fridge. That'll be good for tomorrow.
So, I have to go to Rockingham, North Carolina for Monday morning. So I'll leave tomorrow afternoon. And I don't have a refrigerator in the truck anymore, but I have like a small cooler that I'll throw some leftovers in there. And then going back up to Scranton at the end of the week. That's the highlight of my week.
Hell, where'd he go? Did he fall in?
Problem. Might have fell down the steps again.
Yeah, next week we got to move all the wine off the carpet in the store. That way the carpet people come in and replace it after the flood.
Oh, okay.
So
You going with carpet again or hardwood? Or some kind of hard...
Do what now?
You going to go with carpet again or you going to go with like some kind of hardwood? Or...
I'm sure it'll be carpet.
And we're slowly redoing all the rooms in the house with a floating floor and get rid of the carpet. So Susan it just aggravates her when the rug gets a little bit dirty. And in this room, I have so much stuff piled up here, she can't clean it very well. So it just makes her go nuts.
Yep, I got 2 German Shepherds. I'm constantly sweeping, and I got hardwood floors.
Mm-hmm. She informed me we're getting one of those robot sweepers.
Yeah, a Roomba.
Well, I informed her that instead we're going to get a 4K TV.
Is that one of them 3D things too?
I don't want 3D, but I've been looking at I'm starting to buy DVDs again and Blu-rays and stuff.
Yeah.
And I've never had a Blu-ray TV or Blu-ray player.
Gotcha.
Or TV good enough for Blu-rays. So hopefully Prime will have something going on. for Black Friday. And
I got my Blu-ray player at the thrift store.
If I'm going to spend the money, I just want to go ahead and get what I at least perceive to be the top, the most updated.
I got you.
Because I'll probably have it for 15 years. And same thing with the TV. And eventually, I want to start trying to record and get a camera that's 4K capable. But just to be honest, I'm not actually worried about having extremely high resolution like 4K. I want something with a fast shutter speed, like 120 frames per minute or per second. So
You know, the only person here that knows anything about what you're talking about is Pat, right?
Okay, well, but I want to be able to start catching bullets in flight.
Gotcha.
And
that's
you need to get up there right around the 120 frames per minute or per second. Yes, per second to start doing that.
You got to go. You need a slow-mo camera for that.
Right. And
Yeah.
And then my phone's starting to get a little iffy anyway, so I might be able to get a phone that's set up with that. I don't know yet. I haven't. I'll buy the $200 model, the one that's 2 years old or whatever, 2 years out of date.
This redhead is freaking me out. What the hell? Oh my gosh! All right, she's freaking me out. Yeah, I don't know. You want to get a camera just to get the slow-mo on a bullet?
Well, I just want higher resolution, anyways. I mean, you can always back your resolution down on the videos. As far as when you're watching somebody who posts a high resolution, you can always if it's too high for your setup, because YouTube will allow. I think it goes up to 2,400 or 24,000, whatever on some of these videos.
I know. I need to get an editor. It won't let me go. It won't let me even do 4K. So I'm not on the cheap. I'm free, So
using CineMaster, but you can only get up to 180p anyways.
I'm using the old CineMaster, so
yeah,
because I didn't want to deal with any new shit, because I can do things in 5 minutes. I can do videos in 5 minutes, and if I change, it's going to take me forever. And they keep tagging me and saying, "You're using the old version. Please upgrade." And I was like, "No." I don't care if it's shitty. I don't care. It's content versus picture quality. That's how I look at it.
The thing is, CineMasters. I have CineMaster and I have Vegas Pro. Not the most current, but last year's Vegas Pro version. CineMaster is so much easier to use. It's all drag and drop. It's all you want to do multiple screens.
If you guys ever watch me do a video, I'm like this, and boom, it's done. Boom, boom, sound. The only problem is the sound. I used to use another one that was better, especially with splicing music together. I forget what that one was, but then they I went to the CineMaster, but man, talk about fast. And
if you upgrade to the premium, they now have where you can control your levels a lot easier, and it's just like on Vegas Pro. So you can go in there and you can have the music loud in the beginning, and then you can drop it down and just have it as a real low bed, and it's a smooth transition, and so that's new this year, at least, or last couple months, and I've been playing around with that.
Yeah, I forget what I used originally in my old videos. They didn't show a logo, and the sound, the way you can splice music and sound, was
What was
way better than the Sign Master thing where you got to go up and down with the thing. And
Mm.
bullshit. Anyway,
was it the original Windows?
no, it's a free app. I forget what it was called. That's all my old videos had those, my really old ones, and the sound was so easy to just blend it to the frames and everything. Oh, I miss that so much.
Yeah, like I said, with Vegas Pro, it's been like every year. Every time I've upgraded twice with it, and I'm not sure who the elevator chick is.
I don't know, but Jag1 is here, and I want Vegan to get back on here. Vegan, if you're going to be trolling us now, I've seen you twice, and you've been under two different people. Get back on here. Let's prove it. All right, here's the link. Here's the link. I'm in a proven mode now. I'm beast mode. Anyway, continuing.
But yeah, no, like I said, it just seems like there's certain. I can't even find picture-in-picture on it now. So where you can do split screen. I mean, I can put. I can overlay one picture over the other one using a second or a third.
On which?
This Vegas Pro. On Cinemaster, you just got to picture-in-picture, and then you pick which one you want.
Do half and half. I use oval a lot.
Yeah. So Cinemaster, and it's all drag and drop. Whereas this Vegas Pro, I mean, you see commercials for it, and they say, "Oh, we got this improvement, we got that improvement." It's like it's more difficult to use now than my original one from 2014.
Yeah,
that was a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
maybe I'm just not smart enough to understand it. So.
Yeah, my problem is I don't like change, and I know they're going to change and say it's obsolete because I'm using their oldest one. And once they do that, I got to learn all over again. I just like to.
I think if you had, I mean, you got to be willing to upgrade and spend the $20 or I think it's $29.99 a year. Yeah, I think it's worth it. I think if you used it, spend the money one time, use it for a year, and if you hate it, you can always get rid of it and go back to the free version.
Well, a smart guy would have done that. And I don't know how many videos I've done for, what have we been, Pat, 8 years? I don't know. I've been doing, Pat did it. He did an IA review on Uncle Jim. AI, right?
You did?
Yeah. I was playing with AI.
Yes, that was awesome. And they said that I had a ton of subscribers. They were wrong there. But as far as the personality and everything else about my videos, they were pretty spot on for AI. They got the subs totally wrong.
Oh, I know. But okay, what I'm working with, it's not online. It's just a file on your hard drive. And it's got all and we've been trying to throw questions just off the fucking wall questions to see what it does. And so far, it's like a know-it-all 7-year-old kid. It's like right some of the time, and some of the time it's not.
Yeah.
But I can't stump it. I mean, I've asked it weird shit. Like, what's the thread size on a valve stem cap? And poof, comes up with 1.08 millimeter. And you ask it, I don't know, what else? Ask what's the top speed on a 2017 Chevrolet SS. And it says, well, it's electrically limited at 159, like it is. I mean, most of the time it's right on anything. I can't.
Well, okay. For people that don't know, I did a video and Pat replied and he said, I did an AI check on Uncle Jim YouTube videos. And the damn thing was pretty close until it got to a few things like how many subs and blah, blah, blah. But it got most of the personality right, even good and the bad, that I didn't like. It got it right. It got it right.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah, that's scary. Like, there's a transcript of all these live chats that Google's coming down, and they probably sicked an AI on it. And Lord only knows what kind of dossier we have on us.
Yeah, it even said stuff like sometimes he likes to screw with people and all that. It was like, boom, a foof, how did you know that? Anyway, AI is scary. Watch out, people.
Have you been seeing the retro AI, the retro AI movie trailers and stuff? Like they'll do just pick a movie and they'll do it like they'll do it back in the 50s era or 60s era. One I saw was like it was Gilligan's Island, but it was done as a 70s era grindhouse, and it was just they're just once you start watching them, you'll just start, oh, okay, that's cool, that's neat. Yeah, so I like AI art. Some people like to bitch about it, but I find some of it to be pretty interesting.
I like messing with Vegan. Vegan, come on here. Come on. Don't be a pussy. You're already called vegan, so there you go. You got a false. Humans are, especially men, are meat eaters. They're not vegetarians. We eat meat for testosterone and energy and all that good crap. Muscular, development. You can't get that off a vegetable. And by the way, plowing the vegetables kills so many animals just to make that vegetable when you can go out and take a piece of hunk of meat. I'm just saying. Gork. Gork. Who is Gork? Who is Gork? Cranky, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're home.
Okay, so Grok's another AI, but
Grok.
That's different to play with. I'm doing stuff. I want to do. It's as dull as hell. I want an AI to review insurance policies.
I'm calling you out, vegan. Hey, look here. You could look like this. Okay, even if you're a woman, if you eat meat. Okay, there you go. And prove my point.
Apparently, Grok is a type of AI video, well, not editor, but video producer. Okay, cool. Yeah, like I said, I like AI art.
Anyway, Pat, I thought that was funny when you posted that. I laughed my ass off.
I didn't think I'd get anything, but
I was thinking, what the hell is this? Yeah. Elon Musk, AI, Grok. Grok? Okay, Grok. Did anyone notice there's a Elon Musk, his channel, which looks like it's totally AI? It doesn't look like its body movements are right, and they want you to scan your your phone on this thing to pay for something. How is this person getting away with it if it's not Elon doing it? Have anyone seen that?
Haven't seen that, but they'll probably say it's some kind of satire. Or
No, I forget what his channel's called. It's kind of like he's got his logo from the car and everything, and it's Elon. It should be Elon. And he's just sitting there doing a speech, but he kind of looks robotic. And then they want you to scan.
wait. How do we know Elon's not a robot to start with?
Huh?
I said, how do we know Elon's not a robot to start with? So, or a space alien?
I don't know. I kind of like Elon after he woke up. So
I enjoy him, but and he's, like you said, he's woken. Seems like he's woken up some, but
he woke up a lot. He hates the Democrats right now. Same with RFK. RFK's like, I can't deal with these people. I'm going here.
right.
Yeah, they're both the same way. They see how hideous it is on the other side, that they need to do something, even though they got to choke down some Trump shit. They're still on their side. They're on his side now. So there you go. I respect that, choking down for what is right, even though you don't agree with all the stuff. Yeah.
I'm just hoping that, because no matter what happens, and hopefully President Trump gets reelected.
He has to, otherwise
But,
we're
yeah.
screwed. You'll never get a fair vote again unless he's elected. You will never ever get a fair vote again. They're going to give all these millions of immigrants free cards without doing a green card, just like they did in Minnesota. And you'll never, ever get a free election again, a fair election.
The thing that I'm worried about is people are going to start, within the first 6 months, first year, whatever it may be. They're saying, oh, well, I don't see too much change. It doesn't seem like anything's changed. And
there's a lot of sweeping up to do. Yeah.
It's going to take a good year at least, probably 2 years. And that depends on what kind of Congress and Senate he has to work with.
Exactly.
Let's say he gets elected, but the Congress and the Senate goes full Democrat. What can he do?
Yeah, but he went through that last time and really cleaned up a lot of shit in 3 years. He cleaned the hell out of shit.
There's executive stuff he can do, but there's also...
And I can prove it on the stock market. I can show you receipts for investments, living off retirement versus Biden right now. I can show you the difference. It was huge. We're talking hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, I'm not saying there was an improvement.
Oh, it's gigantic. Just look at your food bill right now.
Yeah. It took a little while, and I'm hoping people are.
He did that after the crap Obama left over, and then he had COVID at the end.
Right.
He knows, and he's dealing with who is the swamp and who's not the swamp. Now he knows the difference. He made bad choices, all that. But how do you know all this stuff? You're coming into this giant swamp of bullshit that everyone's getting kickbacks, and he's like, who do you know who to trust? I think this time's going to be way better. And he put a good vice president in there. Even though I didn't like that guy too much, he actually is turning out pretty good. So there you go. I'd like to see Vivek in there as a vice president next time. Also, I don't know. Anyway, they get it. They all get it. They get it. If you have RFK coming over to that side, you know something's wrong because he's totally the opposite of Trump. All right. And if you got him endorsing, and same with Elon, and Elon is like all electronics, let's green everything. No, they're compromising because they know if we don't solve it right now, we will never, unless we have another. We haven't, unless it's 70, no, unless we have another revolution again, we will never get our country back. Ever, never, never. They will have the votes down. You're done. Pat, California.
Yeah.
It's illegal. It's illegal to have voter ID now in California. How crazy is that? Pennsylvania is all messed up. I mean, what is with these swing states? They are stupid cuckoo. Voter ID, simple. Voter ID.
Okay, California's already lost. It doesn't matter. I mean, they've already captured it. So who cares?
Look at California. It's illegal to have voter ID. What kind of shit is that in America?
Not having to produce your ID to exercise a right is fine with me, because I don't want to have to go to a government office to get a card to be able to vote and sign shit that maybe I don't want to sign to vote. I want to declare that I'm a U.S. citizen, sign on the bottom line, and if I'm lying, go to jail.
Let me ask this. Where else can you do stuff without ID? Can you get a hotel? Can you get a driver's license? I can list off forever, and votes are on the last of the bottom poll. Are you kidding me? The bottom rung voting? When you need ID for everything else in this world.
Well, that's just it.
Crazy.
You don't need ID for everything else in this world, and don't do business with somebody who demands it, because it's none of their goddamn business.
You need ID for most important things in this world. I'm sorry. You can't even order something on Amazon without ID. You got a credit card, ID.
Okay.
Prove me wrong.
All I'm saying
why
is,
should there be voter ID?
Because voting is different. That is
it's different.
Yeah, it's a God-given right, and it's bad enough that everything is. Look, car registration started as just something to keep track of cars, and voter registration is only to keep. No, but I don't trust the government to be carding people at the polls.
So you're
because
talking
of the shit
about,
they can do with it.
Okay, so 15,000 or plus illegal aliens can come in and vote without voter ID.
No, I believe if they do vote without a voter ID or without being a citizen, they should go to federal prison or get deported. I got no problem with that, but
how do you differentiate from an American citizen or even a naturalized or I don't know, are aliens allowed, legal aliens allowed to vote?
Well, theoretically in local elections here in California, but the thing is, the solution isn't to ask for ID. The solution is get these people out of the country.
I don't.
Okay, but if they're in the country and they don't belong here, but they're still voting,
then you deport their ass right away, because that's a felony to vote.
Okay, but
when you're not a citizen.
How do you know if you don't have an accurate? If you don't have some ID going on,
okay, they have to register to vote, and they have to sign the form that says I am a U.S. citizen.
Right.
No.
And if they're not, then that's a felony.
Well, we already have a bunch of dead people voting.
Oh, I know. I mean, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Triplicates, all that stuff. If you had voter ID, it would be very easy. And I have to disagree with you because most things, like buying a gun or whatever, you have ID. And voting is more precious than anything else. Voting is the most precious thing in America. And if you don't have to have, they're going to just, and that's what they're doing right now with the immigrants here.
Here's
20 million, I don't know how many million, they're busting them in all over. They're flying them in. If you don't have voter ID, I'm telling you, after this election, if it goes bad, you'll never have your rights ever again. You'll never have voting ever again. It's all going to be fake, just like the media and all that. And you shouldn't have to wait 2 months to vote. All right? You vote the same day. They can't cheat. The longer the time is, the more they can cheat. And you know how those machines are.
Well, I believe in early voting. The day the polls open up here in Clay County, Susan and I will be at the door, with our ID, and we're going to go and start doing our voting.
I gotta disagree with you, Pat, on voter ID. It's not like it's taking away your rights to have ID. You have to drive with ID. Everything you do has ID. Your credit cards, everything. You gotta have ID. Why can't votes count? That's the most important thing right now in America, is who is legally voting and who is not. And that's what was the problem with the last election. This thing probably will get taken down if YouTube sees it. But that's exactly what's wrong. We need voter ID for that. Anything you do usually takes ID. How many things you do doesn't need ID? Get a hamburger? Okay, you don't need ID. But voting is much more important than getting a hamburger. If you're driving, what do they ask for? Your ID. When you're speeding or whatever, you get in a car crash. And the Haitians are crashing all over the place, and they don't have insurance and all that crap. You also should have car insurance, which takes ID. Why can't voters have ID? Pat, I'm sorry, I don't want to fight with you, but I'm very strong on this. I'm very, what do I call it? Emotionally engaged. Anyway.
I've just had a chip on my shoulder since I was a kid, and the hall monitors and the school ID crap. And it was never about, anything other than just fucking with you. It's not to make sure you go into the right school. It's like to get us on the super double secret probation list with the vice dean. And it's a weapon that the government will use against you. Maybe not today, but there may be some point where, you're not the right kind of person to vote. And I don't want the ability to somebody to run a background check on me like a firearm for me to exercise the right to vote. And mandating presenting an ID is giving them an opportunity to check to see if I'm the right kind of person. And I think that's worse than letting an illegal alien commit a felony. I think, getting taken off the voter rolls because I'm on the wrong list comes from demanding an ID and demanding the state government or the local government vet me as a voter. That's not.
That's one of the purposes of the election board, is to vet, the voters, and it doesn't just go your theoretical. Maybe sometime in the future, I might be deemed unacceptable. Some states, if you're a felon, you're not allowed to vote. Some states, it's okay that you vote. But we need to know everybody who has the right to vote should be out there voting to start with. But we need to make sure we take the dead people off the rolls. Well, to prove somebody's dead, you have to show some kind of ID, as in the death certificate, to clear these rolls. Yeah, and we hear all the time about how the dead vote in Chicago and probably everywhere else. Yeah. We need to clean up the system, especially if we're going to be using a computer system, which Clay County uses. Yeah, they need to be able to go through the rolls and make sure, everybody who's voting is the legitimate person who's registered to vote. Yeah, it's just the integrity of the vote is already in question. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of being ID'd either, but or having to show IDs for everything. And I drive truck and I have hazmat, so I'll literally get fingerprinted and have background checks done on. And it's annoying and don't like it. And the reason they brought all that in there, they use the excuse of 9/11 just so they can make more money off of it. Yeah, but they just. Yeah, we need to be able to control the voter rolls as far as making sure that, you're legal to vote there. Yeah.
Okay, and look, I'm wrong to all you guys, but here's the deal: Anglo-Saxon law, 100 guilty guys should go free rather than one innocent man go to jail. Old Anglo-Saxon law is, you have to commit the crime before the punishment. And government and the law shouldn't be used prophylactically to let's fix a social problem with a law. No, if you get somebody breaking the law registering to vote, I'm all for that. Then right to fucking jail for a couple of years or out the country. And until we fix that people don't face consequences for doing cheating on elections, then IPs and all the crap's not going to do anything anyway.
You're not going to get any argument out of me about that. People who are caught, you know what it is, if you get caught stuffing ballot boxes and stuff or busing in the wrong people, you get a slap on the wrist.
Or harvesting ballots at the local senior center here. They're starting to do that this week. And, all that sort of crap, I'm all for, and it's not going to stop until people go to jail or get booted out of the country. And my ID at the polling place is not going to stop the crap that's going on.
It will if everyone needs ID. See, you just pulled the prophylactic law, the rubber law. Okay, you're pulling the rubber Trojan law right now. If anything needs ID, it's got to be voter ID. It's the most crucial thing for the country. Otherwise, we have a banana republic and it's a dictator bullshit.
And you're still showing ID anyways with your voter registration card.
Hey, I have no problem whipping out my ID. Why should I not? And then they say it's hard for minorities to whip out ID. And then they interview minorities and they're like, what the hell? It's no big deal. We don't care. We got to put ID whenever.
These are the same Democrats who think that just because somebody from sub-Saharan Africa, they don't know what a computer is.
It is, it is these globalists trying to take over a country, which are almost there. We're this close. I'm saying it again. We're this close. That are making it sound like it's impossible. It's so bad to make people have voter ID. No, it isn't. You can go into the ghettos and they'll say, "Wait a minute, I got ID. I got a driver's license. What the hell? I got a cell phone and everything. I'm not like some invalid in the ghetto that can't have voter ID, and it's not fair." No, if you interview them, and I've seen many interviews, they're like, no, what's with the problem? I don't have a problem with voter ID, but they make it sound like that because they want to own this, like they've been doing for freaking years now. The people actually don't have a problem with voter ID unless they're on the globalist side. I'm sorry. That's the way it is. And you can.
Okay, I'm not on the globalist side. I can guarantee you that, and I am not for
That's
voter
what I
ID.
can't understand. I can't understand this, Pat.
Okay,
He saw
So-
it, by the way. Hey, he
all
saw
right.
it.
You might not mind, giving your personal identification to the liquor store manager to buy a beer when you're obviously not 21. But my idea is now they're scanning your license. So you want to go in a database as a beer drinker? Because that's what happens.
That's
So,
not the vote, though. That's not your
okay,
vote.
but once you get that kind of thing going, then do I want to be on a list of Trump supporters when the next Democrat gets into office?
I'm already on that list.
Oh, I'm sure that I am too. But as a matter of law, do I need that? Do I need to submit to that kind of crap to exercise my right to vote? And my only argument, Jim, is bring your birth certificate in. I'm okay with that. That didn't come from the state of California. It came from my hospital. Don't mind that. But to bring my driver's license and get the DMV involved, no, fuck that. There's none of their goddamn business how I vote, and it's not going to help anyway. This place is already run by commies, and I can't ever change that, no matter how much ID is here. So, no, that's just another lever for some sneaky rat bastard to fuck me.
Pat,
That's
how are we going to get legitimate votes without voter ID? Answer me that. We're not.
Okay.
And
If you
we have
start-
machines out there. They've already caught people. Recently, they caught a bunch of poll voter employees and some voters, and they're convicting them right now for cheating. How are we going to do this without voter ID? Everything I do has ID.
Okay, like William Graney. Yes, I hate library cards. I do not want some FBI warrant on what Pat checked out of the library, and don't tell him we have a warrant.
You're going too far there. They already
No,
know.
they do that shit. So
They
no,
already know what people are doing. That's easy. Why is it? Why
so
is
I should just give in. No, I'm not going to give in to this because there's some things that are a choice and some accommodations I have to make to not play the game. Like I don't get if I don't want Vons to know what I bought for dinner tonight, I don't have to put my phone number in.
They already know your credit. Well, how did you pay for dinner on the store? Credit card. They already know what you're doing and buying. Everything you do online, everyone knows what you're doing. Why is it so tough to have voter ID when they know what you're doing anyway?
Okay.
I want legal people. I want Americans voting. I don't want illegal people voting or dead people voting. What is wrong with that theory? I'm just.
Neither do I. I don't want dead people voting or illegals
Well,
voting.
they do every year.
When they do, the answer is consequences for the people who break the law, and not to fuck with regular people. It's like gun registration doesn't stop crime, and ID is not going to stop voter fraud. And
Pat, every year they find thousands of people that aren't alive anymore that voted in California. They did. And I can find it somewhere on the internet for you.
Okay. Right now today, somebody is down the street at the nursing home collecting Alzheimer's people's mail-in ballots and filling them in. Right today. They're doing it right down the street right now in my district.
They're
and
doing
they got people
ballot harvesting, it's called. Yes.
Okay, it's one thing. It's one thing to help a senior citizen.
The Democrats harvest more than they do corn.
Okay, and I'm okay with somebody helping a little old lady get to the post office.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
one thing. But to take her blank ballot, fill it out, and take it to the post office. What they're doing here, and an ID is not going to stop that. Just for instance, the people have to go to jail for cheating.
Why
Or it won't stop.
why are people getting 3 or 4 mail-in ballots per household sometimes? Cranky got some.
I haven't checked the mailbox in Vegas, but I'm sure there's at least 6 in there right now from 3
Yeah,
different
but
homeowners.
Vegas, don't act like Vegas is a red state. Vegas
No.
is a swing state. And
Yes.
that's why you're getting the ballots.
Yep.
All
And,
the swing states they're concentrating on right now. All the swing states are working hard on.
Okay.
It's not the red states. They already know they're screwed. They're working hard on all the swing states. And Vegas, I'm sorry, Nevada's a swing state. I'm sorry, it is. You know, it's right there. It's this close. But the good news is a lot of the people are pissed off, like Arizona, and then we got to deal with Michigan and freaking Pennsylvania and all that. They're still wishy-washy. However, people are getting pissed. And if we just had voter ID, screw these swing states, we can fix them. That's what right now all they're concentrating on is swing states. That's what that's their MO. That's their attack line. That's all they're doing right now. Georgia is another problem. I'm sorry, Georgia, Pennsylvania, all you guys, straighten your shit out because you're corrupt. There's so much.
All I'm saying is universal background checks is not going to stop crime.
Voter
And
ID. If you
universal voter checks is not going to stop voter fraud.
I think I fought with Rawless like 2 chats ago. Sorry, Rawless. Now I'm fighting with Pat, which I never thought I would do.
Well, Jim, let me just tell you this. In Georgia, the problem is not voter ID or lack thereof, because you have to have a state-issued ID to vote. The problem is when they did all the, oh my God, you might catch a cold scare, and they had all these drop boxes everywhere. People were just riding by throwing 100 ballots in each box. It is a proven fact that something like
cheated
85,000 people extra voted than were registered in the state. I mean, come on.
All I want in this world before I croak and go to my dirt grave that could happen any day now. I don't want to die under this shit where we'll never get our votes back. Voter ID, 1 vote per person, no dead people, all that. You are legit. What is so wrong with asking? You think our forefathers would want anything else? No. I'm sorry. I got to have voter ID, 1 per 1. Accountability is what I want in voting. Accountability. I don't care which way it goes. As long as it's legit and accountable, that's what I want. I'm sorry.
All right.
You can't.
I'm going to shut up here and just say that I won't show my receipt at Walmart, and it pisses off Sylvia. Okay? And
Okay.
And no, I mean, maybe it would be easier if everybody just showed their receipt and, bleated like a sheep and did what they were told. But no.
Okay. All I want.
I disagree, and I'm going to shut up now and mute the mic.
No, you don't have to shut up. We got your point. We love having our freedom without the government looking all over your ass and all that. We all love that. But there's a time if you need ID to drive, why don't you need ID to vote? That's the most crucial thing in America right now, especially right now. And if we don't get it back, I'm sorry. If it goes wrong this term, we'll never have the other side. We'll never have an opposition be able to vote against the other because they already took it over. And you'll never, ever get it back again. And right now is the line. I've never seen the line more crucial than today. And that you can go back forever in history. You'll never see the line more crucial than what's going on right now. You got all the media on their side. You got immigrants in here voting. You got dead people voting. They've already proven that the system is flawed, and they're already going to put people up for conviction that have been in swing states that are swaying votes. It's so simple. It's like voter ID, 1 per 1 vote for one person that is a live and living human being. If that's tough, I can't explain any worse than that or better. I'm sorry. It's driving me crazy. Otherwise, we got World War IV. All right, I'll shut up. That's my view, and you can see how sick the other side is. They're doing everything they can. Why do you think we got all these immigrants in the country right now? For votes. And look at Minnesota, Tampon Tim. What did Tampon Tim talk about?
Immigrants, because see that's a little game that we're going off on a different tangent now because we're done with the voting stuff.
Oh, just now?
Well, let's talk about Tampon Tim. He made it so illegals can vote quicker without a green card and going through the system. And that's what they want to do across the country. And that's why we have so many illegals in here. They're going to give them a free chance to vote without going through all the process other immigrants came in legally. And they're going to shortcut them and let them vote easy. And after that, you'll never get another vote again. Look at Minnesota, Tampon Tim, and you'll know exactly how they're going to run it on these other blue states. And we'll never, ever be able to vote fair again. Ever. And if you don't believe me, watch. And I hope you don't have young kids because you're fucked. Sorry, Tin Man. You're screwed if it doesn't work this year.
I suspect that even if things do become even more corrupt, we human beings always persevere and push through the evil. Yeah, and there's example after example of cultures. Things may radically change, and there may have to be a radical change.
It's going to come down to the rifle.
Well, maybe so.
It will. It has to. That's the only way. It's gonna be Mussolini hanging by his boots again. Okay? It's gonna be Mussolini hanging by its boots. Otherwise, it's not happening. Hitler being burned, whatever, in the bunker, whatever. It's same thing. History over and over again. These countries already know what's going on and what happened. Mussolini hanging by his boots again. And do you know what they did to his face? You can't recognize that guy. Do you guys know history? Do you know what the people did to Mussolini?
They beat him and his mistress.
He was a neck with mush. You could not recognize that was even a head after the people got done with him. And we don't want to go through that. We don't want to wait for that and have to go all the way around and go through that crap for that. That's history all over again. Look up Mussolini.
But you don't have to look them up. There's example after example.
I'm saying look up how pissed off the people were and what happened to him. He was unrecognizable when they. And that was because the people were so pissed off. And do we have to go there? No. All we need is voter ID. We don't have to be that pissed off.
Well, we need more than just voter ID. We need I don't want to say necessarily a moral real adjustment, which it pretty much is, but it's an attitude of I haven't seen that, but I imagine it's probably.
Cranky said, anyone see tampon stem shotgun loading video? Cranky, I swear to God, I'm going to go buy a tampon and shoot it through a shotgun now for a video. We don't have tampons in the house. It's been a long time. Anyway, I'm buying a tampon, Cranky. Stay tuned for the video. I'm shooting a tampon for Tim.
You know, the big thing on Twitter, everybody was asking, what's missing from this video? And it was like all the reporters and everybody there. There was only one shotgun on this whole hunting trip with 100 people. But that's not what's missing. There were no dead pheasants. There wasn't a single dead fucking pheasant. You can't go pheasant hunting if you don't kill pheasants. This is, you know, that was the worst part. I mean, hell, sure, he almost blew his face off trying to unload a shotgun, but no pheasants.
Cranky, I'm going to have to check that out, but they lie about everything. Yeah. Patriot Paul said it was hilarious. I'm sorry. I'm going to go buy tampons and shoot them through a 12-gauge shotgun. Just to clean the bore. Oh, it's hilarious. Anyway, I know we get heated about this stuff. You know, your personal rights versus what's going on. But I swear to God, right now, this is the year. This is the line. There is no, I've never seen something so evil in all my life than what's going on right now. Media, who's in charge, all that stuff. I've never seen anything this bad in my life. And you have to wonder, why is RFK going over to the other side? That's not him. And why is he actually joining the other side? Because he knows that left side is so far left. He knows. And that should tell you right there. And
Well, I can't argue that with you. And of course, I literally did not know who RFK was until about, I guess, 6 months ago now.
Well, he was, yeah, well.
I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, subconsciously, I would be aware that Robert Kennedy had kids and, you know, and whatnot. But as far as, I didn't know there was I knew there was some Kennedys in either the Congress or the Senate, but I didn't know any of their names or who of them. So, yeah, but people jumping or moving over for the you get that all the time, and I'm not saying that just because he jumped over. I mean that's a nice coup, having a well-known Republican or Democrat do that, especially with the Kennedy name.
But especially him, he's got standards. Okay, he doesn't. He's not like the other politicians. They're going to go whoever pays them the kickbacks, like all politicians. RFK isn't like that. He's a proponent about poison in the foods. Okay, all the dyes and poisons in the foods, and he's very passionate about certain things. For him to go over to Trump, which is like, it's like fire and ice, they don't go together. He went over there because he knows the left is so bad, it's so evil, and they screwed him over. And that's a sign right there. And there's a lot of signs, but there's one. And I don't like a lot of his policies, but the guy's got integrity. He's sticking to his guns, and he's saying that left is wrong right now. It's so bad. I have to go over to Trump, the narcissistic kind of guy, that. and he bites his tongue and he joins Trump. Same with Musk, who is electric and Trump is oil. He's over there too. He gets it. They get it. It's right there on the wall. We need voter ID, people. These guys get it. And they're big dudes, and they came over. And Trump isn't a perfect person by any means, but he cares about America. So there you go. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to have a smoke. And I want to see ID on every vote, son of a bitches, and signatures. All right. I'm sorry. What is more important than voting? Driving? Anything else? No. ID. You go to the hospital, you need ID. You drive, you need ID. What else? You get a credit card, you need ID. You buy online, you need ID. Come on, it's a vote. It's not a big deal. Sermon off. Why isn't vegan on here? You son of a bitch. I want to give you shit too. Vegan, get your ass on here. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood for fighting. Come on now.
I know what the show Curb Your Enthusiasm is. I think I've seen one episode. So, but yeah, that's. I'm still trying to catch up on old Doctor Who episodes.
Pat, that wasn't funny. Yeah, well, it was funny. Yeah, it was funny, Pat. I'm sorry I was arguing with. I thought I would never argue with Pat. Ever. Cat.
All right, all I'm going to say is, look, do you show your receipt when you're walking out the door at Walmart to demonstrate to somebody that you actually paid for the stuff that's actually yours in the cart because you paid for it, so it's your shit. It's mine. It's none of your goddamn business what's in my cart now because it's mine. I paid for it. Fuck you, goodbye. Do you show them the receipt just to get along?
Okay, I agree with you 100%, but I've never been shaken down for my groceries leaving Walmart, ever. But I get it. Yeah, there's a person that stands by the door, and yeah, I've never been shaken down. Otherwise, I'd be pissed. It's like the credit card paid for it with ID. The credit card with ID paid for it. All right, I get that part, but that's not voting. That's a receipt in big cities, whatever. It's not ID. It's not the same. If you vote, you should have a receipt, shouldn't you? Shouldn't you have a receipt?
No, your receipt shouldn't say nothing except that you did,
I'll be
and it's nobody's business who you voted for, or why you voted for, or whether you were drunk when you voted or not. Nobody's goddamn business. Your vote's your vote, and
Esau says he has a confession. I want to hear it, Esau. Email me. I love you, Esau. I still owe you big time, buddy. We're going to get that done.
I like the receipt thing, especially like at Walmart, where 9 times out of 10 you have to go through self-checkout. And I agree with vegan. My contract ended here. And as I'm on the way out the door and they want to see my receipt, I look at them and say, that's okay, I'm an employee. And just keep walking.
Yeah, no one's ever shook me down. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's my face. I don't know. Angry face, like, don't fuck with me. I want to get to the car. I want to be back on the mountain. I don't like society. Get away from me.
Got the Clint Eastwood stare.
It's like, get away from me. I'm a hermit on a mountain. Get away from me.
You could probably get away with this, Jim, if it ever does happen. You start grabbing your collar and go, when you hang a man, you better look at him.
Yeah, I've never been shucking down for a receipt, but hey, whatever. That's funny though. Walmarts are crazy. I've seen Walmart videos. Oh my God, what's going on? All right. Oh, man, I'm having a hard time catching up with the side chats. I'm sure they're funny as hell. John Wayne says, American Swords in her ballot box. That shouldn't be gardens. All right, let's not jump on Pat now. He has a good point. He's like, we want freedom and we don't want people watching us all the time. I get it.
I see what he's saying. Where does it end? Where does it stop?
Well, I totally get what Pat's saying, except for it's very crucial that we have ID for voting right now. That's just my opinion. We're going to disagree on this. It's very crucial right now because if it don't go down right this time, we are screwed. You'll never be an independent or a Republican and be able to get your votes to win again, ever. Other than states, you're not going to get it. They're going to majority beat you every time. I didn't like the Bushes. I didn't like anyone until you go back to like Nixon and Reagan. Okay? You got to go back there. Other than that, they were all crap. They were all garbage. And we're being screwed.
I got a good question. This will probe somebody's brain. If our government, all they do is just print new money, why do we have to pay taxes?
Well, because there's a point where you got to stop printing the money because it doesn't balance anymore.
Well, I mean, I totally understand that. I just thought that was a funny thought.
No, it doesn't balance anymore. So we know
Hell, it's not balanced now.
The government may do the printing, but those notes are owned by the Federal Reserve.
It's about bonds and
And
selling
we
those
have to
bonds.
pay.
It's about bonds and selling those bonds. If you can't sell those bonds anymore, which we are this close to never selling those bonds again, we're not on the gold standard anymore, then you're screwed and there's nothing. And then you're screwed, totally screwed. And I would suggest everyone on here to have gold and silver in their house. I'm just saying, or invest it.
I've got lead and tin.
Yeah, I got primers.
If you don't physically hold the gold and silver, it's of no use. If you buy one of these funds that are a silver fund, you might as well just throw your money my direction because I can waste it a whole lot better than you can, apparently.
You got to have gold and silver in your house, and also, like Pat said, primers ammo will get you to the next thing you need in an emergency.
Maybe they'll have some gold.
Yeah, survival wise, ammo will get you to the next thing. There you go. Got to have that. I swear YouTube's going to kill this thing. Who cares?
I consider ammunition the currency of the new millennium.
Well, gold, silver, ammo, guns. The gun will get you what you need when it's really bad out there and everything's havoc. At least you can get to whatever you need. You know, obviously store food and water. If you don't have food and water and ammo, you're screwed. So do it now. Do it now.
The first year might be Mad Max. After that, people will organize again and will we'll have something going on, whether we like the system or not. That's not going to be the question. But we are a social animal, and no matter how much you want to say, "Oh, I live up on my hill and I hate everybody," yeah, you'll discover that. Yeah, this is a perfect example of how you're a very social individual. You're still interacting with other people. You just want to do it on a screen. You want to do it with ones and zeros instead of having to go down to the cafe and drink coffee at the counter. And even if you don't like the people, at least you're interacting. Human beings are a tribal / social animal, and it goes back, whether you want to say God or evolution or God's evolution, whatever terminology you want to use. So after that first year of Mad Maxing, we'll have something going on. Watching peas and carrots.
Gunswater's making a reference to probably when Preacher came over, an old video. But yeah, I do have peas and carrots in the storage room. You got to have food and water. You got to have gold and silver. You need trading stuff. You know what a great trading. If you look at some countries that were occupied and they had to survive and they had nothing because they were occupied, go look at those videos of what was important to survive the 4 or 5 years they had to survive with nothing, and money meant nothing, none of that stuff. And what they stocked was the most value, and one of them was booze.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not arguing. Matter of fact,
for trading,
even though food and water is important,
yeah.
And I've said this before. I live in Florida. I just need water filtration. We just got nailed by 2 hurricanes now. So there's water's not so much a issue here. I can go out in the backyard and literally hit water after 6 inches. Here's one of the things I put back: razor blades, and you don't use them for trading.
I don't know if that's top on the list.
But no. Now think about this. You got to take a step back and think. Everybody's going to have food and water. Everybody's going to have land. Everybody's, let's say it's a true Mad Max situation. All of a sudden, let's say my 6 neighbors down, they're all gone. I can take care of their stuff and plant my stuff and have my farms and stuff, have my chickens running around there and trade that, as long as I get along with my other neighbors. But think about it. You want to make a little bit of money. You want to get some extra salt, some extra sugar, or you want to get some ham. I said, I can trade you this razor blade, or better yet, if you're really smart, you say, you can, what's the best thing after a week of not having a good hot shower and a good shave? Almost as good as sex is going in there, getting that hot shower, washing yourself off, doing that really good clean shave. Especially when you got a clown like me who likes to,
Well,
I deliberately go sometimes 2 weeks between shaves, just because it's.
I can always look for a bald guy to trade my razor blades with for food or whatever.
Well, think about it,
No, but really, I'm serious about this. You guys can research on countries that were taken over. They were starving. They had to go 5 years surviving with occupied. Usually it was, dictator type countries.
And the starvation. But here's the one problem with them. They had the food in the field. They were growing the food. They just weren't allowed to have it. They weren't allowed to eat it. and if they had stuff put back, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, but I want to emphasize this. You can go back and research history that people that were occupied and had to survive on nothing. They had nothing. And what was they talk about what was the greatest trading items with other people that was worth the most. One of them was booze. Believe it or not, coffee was in there. Even toilet paper was in there.
Yeah.
But they talk about their experiences, 5 years being totally broke, everything has gone to hell, and what was the best trading stuff to get other things they needed. Booze was way up there.
Yeah.
It's it's for medicinal, all
you
that.
Can operate your you
And-
can run your vehicles. You can, like you said, for
Yeah.
medicinal reasons.
Oh yeah.
And everybody likes to get stoned one way or another.
Yeah, if you had gallons of vodka, you could fix your wounds. And the other thing is, people when they're depressed like that, they want to get drunk. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
the booze is way up there. I researched all this stuff, and booze was way up there on there. Coffee was another thing that coffee or tea, whatever. Just the simple things that kept people feeling good while they're totally screwed. And then obviously food. Food is huge. And you can't eat a coin, So it comes down to the food, the booze, and the ammo and the guns before you can get something else with it.
Well, if you're in a position where the government can come in and seize all your food, either you're going to be dead from the shootout, or they're also, while they're taking your food, they're going to take your guns and your ammo.
Yeah.
So there's that. Yeah.
But at least you got to fight. You got a
Oh
chance.
yeah. No,
Yeah. If you're a sheep, you got no chance. They just
Yeah.
take.
Why do we do what we do? I mean, I don't have anything behind me tonight, but why do I have 5 loaded guns in the house right now? It's but let's face it. If you go into a situation like where the stormtroopers are kicking in your door and dragging you out before you get a chance to fight them, well, either they'll kill you or they'll throw you in the gulag for a few years or days, months, whatever, and just beat you up, beat your family up, or they hold your family hostage. All of a sudden you're looking at little Miss princess getting ready to be beat and raped. It's like, okay, I guess you can have my stuff if you give her back to me. Stuff like that. So there's who says what nobody can say what they're going to do under every circumstance. I mean, we always say, oh well, I'll rain the fires of hell down upon everybody, and I'll be the Rambo / whatever. And then you got you're actually getting your head kicked in. That kind of changes your attitude. And say, everything's over there in that corner. You just never know until the moment happens.
Yeah. I just urge everyone to have food and water. Survival food, at least 6 months, and then you have to have your guns and ammo, because at least you have your say-so. Otherwise, you have no say-so.
Right.
At least you got a chance.
Susan, for this last storm, even though we were 99% sure Jacksonville was just going to see some rain and some wind, not like what happened even 50 miles south of here. She went over to her sister-in-law's to stay, or her sister's house to stay. And I told her, well, make sure you pack the coins, because we don't have that. I sold a big bunch off paid some debt down a couple years ago, and just prices are so friggin' high right now. I'm not paying this much. And if I get caught flat-footed, well, shame on me. But anyways, I told her, take the gun, take the coins, and probably wouldn't hurt to throw the nutrition bars or we just buy I'm not too far behind you. Yeah. Make sure you get that stuff in the Jeep with you when you go over there. Just in case things turn bad for us. So
Good night, Kyle. I hear you. But yeah, you can't eat your money, you can't eat your coins, you can't eat your dollars. So you definitely need food and water and a way to defend yourself. And hopefully all your neighbors will defend themselves and make a game out of it, make a nice game out of it. But all you guys look up what people, good night, Kyle, people that already went through this in the European countries, and what they said was the most valuable at the time. And it was guns, ammo, booze, food, of course, and a few comfort items that really traded for other things. You definitely want your ammo and guns. So, but you got to eat. So there's that.
Yeah. It even do 1,000.
Okay, chessboard.
That's another reason why I'm big on bugging in, if at all possible, because it's hard to carry out, even 1,000 calories a day on your back, along with everything else you need to carry. And if you got children, well, they can't carry their 1,000 calories, or even if you keep them cut back to 500 calories a day. If you're in a dry area like you are, well, like both you guys are, you got to carry your water too. So all of a sudden, every gallon of water you're carrying, that's 8 pounds. Well, you're going to be throwing something away, and it's going to be food and probably ammo. You got these guys with these fantasies that they're going to run off into the woods and Rambo it out, for 6 months or whatever. And I know I've said if the fight ever goes down, I'm just bugging out, trying to bug in, or at least let them do the fighting, let them thin themselves out. But if you really have to do that, it's going to be real difficult.
Just like these other countries, if you have more people that resist and hang on, they got the food, the booze, the bullets, and the ammo and the guns.
Mm-hmm.
These governments will take longer to get to them because they're more of a pain in the ass, and they don't, they want to deal with the cities first. Take them over, it's easy. Once they get out to the countryside, it's a pain in the ass because everyone's got their food, bullets, ammo, and guns.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're spread out and they're not concentrated. They can't just come in and take you so easy. So, of course, they're going to cut your gas. They're going to cut everything. Electricity, whatever. However, if you have those, and you can go online for all these countries that have been under, they went through this already. And you look and you can see what was the most important thing to have in your home. You'll be a lot better off. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
We're arguing about the same thing, actually. But it just
you just go by history. People had already been through it.
Mm-hmm.
Totally, almost annihilated, and they survived. They actually survived, and they're back in their country, and their country is great again. And these few people survived because they had these essential things. And that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You
Yeah. There's
all your
always
convenience.
need to have, like we said, there. Yeah, your food, your water, your ammo.
Yeah, you're not going to have gas. You're not going to have any conveniences after this. You already should have a lot of it in your home.
My biggest folly or sin, whatever how you is this house should be. It's an all electric house as it is. I should have solar powered roofing all the way through here.
Or a fireplace.
Well, I mean, I do have a fireplace here. It gets cold 4 days a year. But if I had solar powered, I can run my refrigerators, I can run my stoves and stuff, because that's a hell of a lot easier to do, in our modern society, as far as technology, our modern technology. If I had a solar roof with a solar power bank of some sort, I could run, maybe not the air conditioners, but I could still run the fans. I could run the stove and stuff, because packing enough, a propane for a multi-year, if you're in a multi-year situation, even if there is an established government and the infrastructure is still viable, if you're dealing with extreme shortages, you're just not having to depend on the grid would just be a big help. And so that's the next major big monster. There's some debt I want to get taken care of. Probably after we get one of the Jeeps paid for, then see where we are financially. But this is going to be a couple years down the road, and then go ahead and do some kind of solar system, just so just be able to go off grid like that. So.
Yeah, I would love to have solar, but you got to have the batteries, all that crap. A lot of neighbors have been doing it. I think for vital survival, it's fireplace. You can cook on it, whatever, especially if you have a insert where you can cook on the top. That will get you going. There's a lot of weird. Anyway, food, guns, ammo, all the stuff that's great trading value, and definitely something for warmth.
And then, for us, it's the just be able to stay a little bit cool in the summertime. Actually, like you said, wintertime, there may be a couple weeks where it gets maybe below freezing where we're at. So, but the biggest resource that you're gonna eat up really quickly is like any kind of lumber you have. It's trying to heat a house with wood. And if you don't have a really nice big forest behind you, you'd be surprised how quick you go through a quarter or two. Just 1 year, especially if you live up north. Down here, I got enough wood put back that, it'd be inconvenient. We could use it to cook, like you were just saying, but with electricity.
Yeah, if you got stuff on your property, you can use it for fuel, but some people don't.
And something,
it's tough. It's going to be tough, but get the basics, spread out. Don't be concentrated in one spot like a city, and you're probably they're going to work on you later because you're Afghanistan now and you're a pain in the ass. So you got a bunch of guys in the mountains, right, with a bunch of guns. They got food and they got water and they got everything else. Who are they going to pick on first? The guys in the city. It's easier. You know, they don't want the Afghanistan shit, even though they'll get to it later. But there is history. You know, search it, people. There's people that already went through this in other countries, and they tell you what the best survival and trading stock is. And I want to emphasize this. I wish I could show you links, but there's really good info, and a lot of it you don't think about. And one of it's booze, one of it's coffee. Coffee is a great trading commodity when people just want a comfort thing, even though they're under stress and everything. They want some comfort.
Your coffees, your salts, your sugar. Well, perfect example. The biggest thing that spurred the Europeans, and not just the European, but from the European perspective, was pepper. People, the pepper and sugars. That's if you had access to that stuff, is as valuable as gold because it was so rare.
Oh my gosh. All right. I need a drink here. It's getting crazy here. Guns and ammo. That'll get you most things if you need it. Yeah, if you have to. It depends how mean you are, though. You don't want to be picking on innocent people there, but if you find a bad guy with other stuff, take him out. Yeah. I don't think I could do a nice family, though. I'm sorry. Even when I'm starving, I don't think so.
Like I said earlier, if we get in a situation like that, the white American people are going to discover how good Dachshund and how good calicos taste.
Yep, there's dogs and cats. They're eating the cats. Oh, there's lots of them out there. Yeah. Yeah, as far as generators go, you're going to need fuel. You're going to run out sooner or later. So it's all going to be fire. Okay. It's going to go back to caveman times. All right.
Well, not necessarily caveman, but 1890.
It's going to go caveman because you're going to run out of your propane and all that. I have 2,000 gallon tanks. Okay. Two 1,000 gallon tanks and a generator tank. That's going to run out sooner or later, so you can't count on that. It's going to come down to fire, cooking your food, ammo, and water.
Like I said, it's I'm a proponent of solar. Not when their larger church have their office spaces on the outer perimeters. There can be area, multiple church areas in the center. The whole thing made of brick and concrete. There you go.
I don't know about that stuff, but they all have their food storages. They'll tell you that about Mormons. That's a good thing, so I don't have to fight zombies every day. Surrounded by Mormons that already have food, so I don't have to worry about that. But picture being in like Chicago and other cities. You're screwed. You're dead. You're dead.
There'll be the first 90-day purge, might as well say, and then things will calm down. And
it depends on where you live, because a lot of these people, they go to the store every day for food. They have no food. They're not storing their food, so it kind of depends on where you live,
And what it comes down to, you always have to take into consideration what's the situation. we get hit by a solar a solar EMP, knocks out the grid.
That would
And it
take
takes
out
5
your
years.
solar. That would take out your solar panel.
That I don't think it would affect the solar panels, but it would affect the circuits that run the solar panels.
Yeah, it would take out all that. You couldn't even open your gun safe with a keypad unless you have a thing to put over it. My son talked about that, but whatever.
Yeah, it's so
And
there,
lightness on that.
but there's also how close were you to the actual burst? Let's say it affects the northern part of the country and it wipes out enough to cause us to go 1890, but down here it wasn't as harmful and it didn't say destroy all my stuff, or maybe I had backups, or there's all kinds of scenarios. But anyways, the cities will, like you said, the major cities will wipe themselves out.
Pat, you're very technical on electrical and everything. What about EMPs wiping out? What do you do then? What's going to kill everything? And I got to get a refill. So I want to hear this. I can always play back.
Okay. So, I mean,
if an EMP went out over the cities,
look, let's just say that somebody like Russia or China were real serious about it. Then you have to do a lot of bombs. It'd be tough, but look, it's. Let me put it this way: the little itty bitty stuff, like your Apple Watch, you're toast. But stuff like your F-250 is going to be mostly fine.
I think so. It might be. I don't know.
Yeah. So okay. Best way I can put it is this way. I mean, I don't want to get too technical, but
well, what about our safes with our digital
about 5 minutes with a wheel will take care of that.
I know.
Okay.
Cordless, but a cordless, that's electrical. We can't even use our cordless to get to our guns.
Yeah, but you've still got pry bars. I mean, a modern gun safe. Look, they're not even rated for 15 minutes. I mean, it wouldn't take you long for that. The things I worry about is stuff like, I don't know, like your generator has got a control box on it. And so you'd have to probably dink with it for a week to get it to run without electronics.
Not even going to bother,
You know, but you still, look, my great-grandparents did just fine. The trouble we got is that there's people out there that don't have a clue, that are helpless, and those are the people that are going to suffer if there's EMP. But
the people that are going to suffer are the ones that shop week to week, have no food, have no idea. They're going to suffer first. And then, if you're a cannibal, you got it made. If you're a cannibal and like roast people, you got it made for life. You got it made. As long as you get fresh ones.
the majority of the cannibal.
All right, I'll be right back. Cannibal, you got it made.
Well, to a point, it's just the game is going to depend on how severe the how many people actually die at first. The especially small game, is just going to disappear quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but fortunately, rabbits and squirrels reproduce quickly. Also, once the pressure's off.
Well, if the population's dense enough, like here, I mean, even the deer are the size of German shepherds right now, and there's not enough of them to go around.
Right.
There's just here where I'm at. No, small game is not going to make it 2 weeks. And medium game and pets aren't going to make it 3. And, you know, and things aren't going to get fixed that soon. But it's the little things, you know. I mean, I've got like 4 orange trees in the backyard, and they're full. There's a couple 100 pounds of oranges back there. That'll work for a while. And yeah. So the thing is, really, if you're in a really dense place like I am, which isn't that dense, it's suburbs of suburbs, but still, things are going to go to hell in about 3 to 5 days.
Oh yeah, no, it's the initial. Yeah, like I've said, that the initial purge is when everybody will go nuts. If nothing else, just people will be taking the advantage to take out their people they don't like. But then after a certain period of time, probably sooner than later, somebody's going to start organizing the block, and then the district, and then the county, and then some form of government still going to pop up. Yeah, because the Mad Max, even in Mad Max, they had Trader Town. So whatever they called that particular. But anyway, so the people will still organize. So I think I'm about out of conversation.
So, first off, I don't think it's very likely that it'll get that bad. But on the other hand, it's already that bad here. I mean, I have to walk over homeless people to get to the market down the street, and the amount of people dependent on the government here is incredible. And if you pull the plug on that, that's the problem. And so the real problem isn't me and my neighbors so much as it's half the population here has already got their hand out, and they'll be looking in a hurry.
And like I said, I live in a fairly rural. Everybody has 1-2 acre plots, and so we're. But literally, I'm a 5-minute bicycle ride from, basically the downtown area, and we definitely have some homeless people. Look like they're most of them look like they're just probably drug or alcohol issues, and like you said, once their checks run out, if they even get a check, or at least the goodness of everybody's Christian charity runs out, because if I don't have any food to give you, or I don't have enough food to give you and feed my family and whatnot, eventually they're gonna rise up and try to do their thing, and unfortunately that's probably going to lead to a lot of issues there. But then the people like stuff, people like trade. There's stuff I can do, and there's stuff I can't do, and so I need to be able to trade. Joe Blow across the road. So I'll trade my eggs for his, some sausages or whatever.
Yeah, if you're on an acre or two, I mean, you got a shot. If you've got a 3,800 square foot lot, which is taken up mostly by the house, then no, you're not going to feed a family of 4 off of that. Yeah. And and it'll be the Irish potato famine, and it'll take a while to get really ugly, but here it's already on the knife edge. It's 5 days.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. It won't make it a week before cars are burning in the street and the houses are being looted. But if I was out in the country, I probably go a couple of years without getting messed with. But it's too dense here. Yeah, I mean, they can't airdrop enough food here to feed people.
Right.
It's done.
Yeah, look at poor Hurricane Milton in North Carolina. It's like took forever to get help. Good thing about the country is a lot of people have stuff and you can trade stuff with them. So, and they're friendly. They're not going to get you yet until it gets cannibal time. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know, but look, you guys were mentioning EMP attacks, and I've looked into it. But the thing is, modern cars would suck. Walking would end up being what you're doing, unless you're into 60s cars.
Oh, Pat, no. I'll be on a mini bike on a tote goat taking carcasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, and along with the EMP, I've watching or listened to a program where they were actually discussing it, and there are some who are saying that things are just naturally getting hardened anyways. Maybe not a super, maybe not everything, but just because there's so much electronics that we have to have, that most of your EMPs will not be affect things as severely as everybody thinks off the top of their heads right now. I mean, I'm just repeating something I heard, heard them discuss. So,
here's the thing. I mean, the EMP is what it does is if there's a wire, it just induces the voltage on the wire. It acts like a radio antenna and induces a voltage. And the problem is that all the modern stuff is only rated to run at 1 volt. I mean, it's enough that if it wasn't sealed up, if you touched it, it's enough to fry it. I mean, but if it's old stuff or clunky stuff like your toaster, you throw 500 volts on an amp through a toaster for a minute, won't hurt it. Now my washing machine's probably screwed, but
okay, what about a keyboard safe? A keypad?
You're probably screwed, but like I said, you could get into that thing in 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah, but my son says there's a covering you can put on it. It's very thin. You put on it, and that will keep the radiation off of there.
Okay, so that you can do something called a Faraday cage. So if you want to take your whole house and wrap it in a copper mesh and ground it, you'll be fine. Okay. If you want to have a box to throw your stuff in, it's just a metal box. That'll take care of it.
You can buy Faraday bags and cages and boxes. Right now, you can go on Amazon and find them. So here's the big question.
Gainley. All right.
Let's say you live up north and you have a basement. And all your important stuff you just have it all in the basement. And we get a classic solar flare EMP like the one in 1850, the Carrington event. Would just the normal protection of your house, which most houses are grounded anyways to a copper rod, would that be enough, say, to protect stuff in the basement? Is that enough to protect stuff in the first floor if you have a 2nd floor?
Nope. Okay. So let's put it this way: if you got cell reception in your basement, then you'd be subject to that. But here's the thing with the Carrington event: the things that fried were, 500-mile long telegraph wires that were
Right.
long enough to induce enough voltage to be a problem. So there's not a lot of stuff that you've got that can induce enough voltage unless it's really small and really modern. So look, if the main power lines, yeah, they're screwed because you've got 100 miles of antenna, let's say, to pick up the signal. But in your basement, no, you're not shielded from any of it, but you don't have anything that's got a long enough wire on it to get enough voltage to do something bad unless it's a microchip that has, a real low voltage tolerance, like just a volt. And then, yeah, you can get enough induced current off the printed circuit to maybe fry it. But that would be just stuff like your cell phone or stuff like your washing machine that has or maybe a modern refrigerator nowadays that has a digital control. That stuff might be screwed. But like I said, your toaster wouldn't. Your light switches wouldn't. Your light bulbs would be fine. Most stuff would be fine. Except maybe your iPad wouldn't make it. But
again, the digital keypad saves. And my son, he knows about this material you can put on it, and it will avoid the EMT type deal.
Okay, I think that would be a waste of time.
Okay, so it's going to hit anyway?
In the very unlikely event. Hell, I just told you to look outside, what was it, Thursday? We had an X-class solar flare, and the first time you could see an aurora ever, I mean, they had them down here, 49 state auroras. We just had a X-class solar flare Thursday.
Yeah, I got your text, and the phone was on the coffee table, and I didn't look out that night. But I looked the next night, and to the north, there was a glow in the sky.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anyway,
a few months ago, we got nailed by another big one that actually did do some damage. And so I mean, if we're just if we're just walking down the street and we get hit by an X-class flare, if it wasn't for the electronics or the power lines, just like what happened with the telegraph lines during the Carrington event, you wouldn't even know it happened because it doesn't affect us.
No,
it doesn't affect
you wouldn't notice. Yeah, you got to be a long conductor to have that problem. If you wrap yourself up with 14 gauge wire, a couple hundred yards, then maybe you could feel it. But other than that, no.
Actually, kind of sounds fun.
Okay, chessboard is ragging on my ass for keyboard saves. We have dial and keyboard and key lock, so we could get to something until we get to the other. However, mechanical dial safes take you forever to get into compared to boop 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 in. Yeah, pick your poison.
I'll be right back.
But we have both, so we can get to something. Yeah. I wondered about that, though. If it zaps an 8-volt battery, can you change it and put it in there? Or no? I don't know. I'm not an electric person here, as you can see from the van. Oh, my God.
Okay, so Storzax brings up Starfish. Good old Starfish Prime. Yeah, it took out radio receivers and stuff. Crap with a what? The barbecue incident? I missed it.
Continue, William.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. that digital lock is just a speed bump on your safe. I mean, if you need to get in, I would put money on 15 minutes. You'd be in less than 15 minutes.
We would have a big ass crowbar and we would get in there with 2 people on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't shield it. It's probably never going to happen. And if it does, then getting your safe's not your problem. You
Or
know, it's-
Yeah, or just leave them unlocked unless someone comes over. Yeah.
or yeah, your problem is going to be that your washing machine doesn't work anymore, and you're going to have to get out, make a washboard
Yeah.
and scrub your clothes.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about dirty clothes in this incident. I can wash clothes in a bucket. I have a well. I can wash clothes in a bucket. I don't care about the washing machine.
Yeah, James says a CB radio in a metal box, except you could only communicate with other people who kept the CB in a metal box. And so,
You're screwed. Yeah, you're screwed.
But look, I mean, we're all old enough here to have lived without cell phones, without pagers, with, Bakelite dial-up phones, and we were fine.
Yeah, I liken it going back to caveman days. If you have fire with wood, and you have food, and you got your guns and ammo, you're okay. Even though cavemen didn't have guns and ammo. Same with a bow or a spear, but better. You're good. You need your food and water. That's crucial. Guns and ammo, and then accessories like booze, coffee, things people want to trade. Yeah. I tell you one thing, during a crisis and everything's gone, everyone's starving and everything, you offer a bottle of bourbon, oh my gosh, you're going to be a hero. They're going to trade you whatever they got. Even their women. I'm sorry. I didn't say that.
Well, yeah, but there's actually that's a very accurate statement. Yeah, there'll be a lot of women, trading their plies.
Booze is huge. I've done a lot of research on people that had to survive for 5 years, and believe it or not, booze is way up there on the list.
All right, and that's why I've got a block of yeast in the shelf. I mean, if you've got a block of yeast, then you got booze.
Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad, but hey, that's how, we got to talk about this. It's important. It could happen so easily. It's very important. So it could happen just like that. We already saw the balloons going over the states, right? You saw those balloons. Who knows what those can do? Yeah. So, yeah, paranoid or not, call me whatever. Be prepared. It's not paranoia. It's being prepared. So I got a can opener. I can eat. We can eat. Garage Guy's here. Yeah, we can eat. We can light fires. We got wood around here, so. But yeah,
Well,
you got to think about stuff like this.
Lighters, matches, like you're just saying, light a fire and.
Yeah. If you got fire, you got some energy, you got heat, you can cook, and you need water and food.
Well, like I've been saying, as long as you don't have a complete decimation of the populace, the populace will eventually and rather quickly reorganize, because I'm going to want to sell my chicken eggs to as many people as I can because I want other stuff. And yeah, I'm not real handy. Yeah, so I can't go and find 3 pieces of tin somewhere and turn it into a windmill and stuff. I'm gonna have to buy a windmill, things like that. And trade will eventually happen. It will happen very quickly. So, like I said, unless the entire society is devastated, law and order of some sort, rule of law, will rear its ugly head pretty quickly.
Yeah, but if it gets real bad, you got to think caveman. Okay, making fire, food. You got to think caveman. You know, ooh, oh, and you know, you got to make fire. You got to have food.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Water.
Well, and the cavemen were even organized. So they had their societies, and they developed. They might have been small societies, they might have been dictatorial societies, but they still quickly turned into,
Yeah, even Neanderthals were very successful. You can't survive on the hairy back of a pygmy women, Italian women. Cranky. I'm glad to see you still up, Cranky. Tin Man is still up. Oh my God.
actually, the Neanderthals were very unsuccessful because they got bred out of existence.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of humans that have Neanderthal in their DNA.
I figure I'll pop at least 4 or 5%.
Because they mated. I don't know who mated with who. Did the Neanderthal take the mount or whatever?
It was going back.
Anyway, there's
back and forth, but the Homo erectus or whatever we are.
There's a lot of Neanderthal DNA in people's blood, especially in Europe, in their DNA. So they're still out there. You can tell by their hairy back pygmy woman. Anyway, and their eyebrows, they're protruding. Well, just look at her right there. Yeah. Anyway, Neanderthal, I think they died out probably. I don't know. It could have been disease or whatever, but it's very fascinating. And we mated with the Neanderthals. There's tons of people with Neanderthal DNA still in them, especially
basically the Homo erector, the Homo sapien, or at least our like I said, it's starting to get late. I'm barely understand what I'm talking about most of the time anyways. But anyways, we outbred them is what it comes down to. We either bred with them and bred out their genes,
and they also
their genes, or
we've also found out that they were smarter than we thought Neanderthals were. They were they were just big boned. They were actually a lot smarter than what we thought they were. I like this archaeologist stuff. I wanted to be an archaeologist when I was a kid. And Neanderthals actually don't get credit for what they were. And they died out. And now it could have been disease. I don't know what it was. Competition. I don't think it was competition. They had too much. There was too much land and country for both to exist. So somehow they died out. Maybe it was some kind of genetic disease or whatever. But however,
there's also been other human-ish.
They hunt each other, and there's lots of people with Neanderthal DNA to this day, and most of it's like the European countries on down. But hey, We got Neanderthals. Just look at the eyebrows, people. The what do you call this? The bone right here. Anyway, they're big boned. Neanderthals were smaller, faster, and stronger. Yeah, they were like what, 5'8", whatever. People think they were giants and big. No, they just had thicker bones. But they mated together. Now, the question I want to ask everyone here: who mated who? Who was the strongest that took control when they made it? And did they use coconut oil?
Well, they probably, yeah, of course they use coconut oil. They're not savages, but
Tin Man and Cranky, did they use coconut oil? No. All right. There was no coconuts. I'm sorry.
So they've done some research on this, and there's an answer. So our mitochondrial DNA follows the female line, and we have Homo sapien mitochondrial DNA.
Yeah.
So it goes to show that Neanderthals were doing our women.
Say again.
The Neanderthal boys were doing Homo sapien girls.
That's what I thought.
For the purpose of the gene transfer part,
it was strength, testosterone, and they were big boned. And yeah, that's my theory too. They were like, well, who mated with who? I'm going to pick the Neanderthal every time. He grabbed a woman and said, "Oh yeah."
Well, I'm not going to argue one part about that, but you're going to find Homo sapiens were also mating with Neanderthals, just because if nothing else, it's just the convenience. Yeah.
Yeah, but
He's pussy after a certain at a certain point, and whichever way you're going, yeah.
I think it was lust.
Oh yeah.
I'm
okay,
going on the lust side. It's like, wait a minute, our women don't have these craniums. Let's go with her. Yeah. They saw a sexier woman. That's what my theory is. The Neanderthals saw a sexier woman out there, and they had to do it. And I agree with Pat that the Neanderthals took over and did the raping. I'm sorry.
okay, the other part of the theory, though, is that this is in the paper I read, is that the offspring of a Neanderthal and a Homo sapien, if it was a male, was sterile, and that would explain it.
If
the offspring came out male, it was sterile. And
sterile or stera?
Sterile. No, bad swimmer.
Okay. So you think they died out. Okay, your theory is the Neanderthals gave up on their women because they were ugly as hell, and they went to the other women, but they were sterile, and the species totally died. That's your theory.
No, my theory is everybody got along pretty good for 20, 30,000 years, and there was hanky-panky going on for the whole time. But when the Ice Age ended, then the Neanderthals didn't make it for some reason we don't know. And so,
Yeah.
they were set up for cold weather, and when things warmed up, then
Yeah.
they weren't the best at handling it, and they died off that way.
Yeah, I think it was something genetic or some kind of, disease that killed them off. When the white man came over here and wiped out all the Indians from disease, it could have been the same thing with the Neanderthal. They weren't used to it. Maybe they got some kind of VD or whatever when they were humping these good-looking women. I don't know.
Nope, can't tell. Nobody wrote it down, so we
It
don't
could
know.
have been some kind of venereal disease. Have anyone thought about that?
Could have been. But in any case, we got 1 or 2%. I mean, most of the DNA was the same anyway, but Neanderthal specific genes in Europeans are a couple of percent, and you get stuff like red hair and blue eyes. That wasn't a Homo sapien thing.
I don't know.
Because I was Neanderthal.
There's a good theory for all these historians. It could have been a venereal disease that killed the Neanderthal.
Well, there probably was cases of that, and it's just probably just they just got pushed out.
It's hilarious. How do these chats go this way? We're talking about Neanderthals humping, and where did we go before? Oh my God, this chat is a wreck.
Well,
but I love it.
I've got to apologize and say goodnight to you guys.
Yeah, I'm about to call it myself.
Short chat.
I got an occasionally redhead laying in bed, and I'm here talking to you two. Not like that.
No. Okay, all you Okay, we're gonna cut this chat off, but all you Neanderthals out there, we love y'all in the side chat, and until next time, any last words, you guys?
Everybody have a good weekend. What's left of it.
All right, guys. Remember the Neanderthal. Okay, good night, Rollis. Good night, Pat.
Good night, Jim.
Love you, Pat.
Love
Sorry
you
we argued.
Here's my poof.
Okay, wait a minute. A foof. Wait a minute. No. Until next time, everyone, I love you all. And a foof.